Hey, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? How are you? I don't know where my keyboard went. There it is. It is January 24th. It's Friday afternoon, 1:45 in the afternoon on Friday, January 24th, 1:45 p.m. And today I will be playing some video games. And I will be watching some React content and such. I am here to unpleasantly report that I witnessed something last night at about 3:30 in the morning when a bunch of Reddit kids came into the fucking New World chat, and they were like letting the whole world know that Amazon Game Studios last night, they ran a patch at like midnight, and at the end of it, they let all the servers go live without their server rules. Now, I don't know if this makes sense to you, but it might not make sense to you immediately, but it makes sense to me, which is kind of funny, which is that they just started this new PvP server, and then 3 days in, they were patching it because their code is kind of worthless, frankly, most of the time. And they were patching it 3 days in, and some intern or somebody over there is the current joke right now. Some intern fucked up or something. We don't really know what happened here. But Amazon Game Studios kind of fucked up pretty bad last night, and we may lose New World. And I'm not kidding. We might actually lose New World. It's insane. If we only had like 30,000 people playing it as it was. But now what happened was they let the and I'll show you proof of the I'm gonna stay on the screen with the sunlight on my face for a little bit because I'm liking the vibe, I'm liking the vibe. But we kind of probably lost New World last night for no good goddamn reason at all. Wish I wasn't saying these things. Wish I hadn't dumped, let's look at how much time we put into it. But I mean, this is this piece of shit software developers killing the known world. Sooner or later, people are going to have to wake up to it. It's fucking insane. Sooner or later, the retard right wing is going to have to wake up to the fact that their true enemy is not the left. Their true enemy is the software developers fucking up the world. And they think Elon's their friend. That's how stupid the right-wingers actually are. They think Elon's their friend. But anyways, as you can see, I'm going to pop this out here for just a second. I have 1,934 hours on New World. I'm very ashamed of this now. I'm probably pretty ashamed of it now. I used to be really proud of this, but now I'm kind of ashamed of it. I think I backed the wrong horse, I just don't think I backed the right horse. So I've been conscious of this the whole time. I'm like, I may have backed the wrong horse here. But I mean, it was the only game that I could really stand to play, MMO-wise, short of Rust, in the last like 5 years. Just something happened. Rust changed the industry where I just can't do World of Warcraft or LOTRO or ESO or Final Fantasy 14 for bads anymore. I'm sorry, but that shit is for bads who can't aim, who don't know what combat is, and don't know how to have a fight with somebody or anything like that. Those games are for bads. I'm sorry, but they are. Now, so we've come to find out, and I will draw the Reddit. We're gonna drop my face off here for a second, and we're gonna go take a look at the fucking New World Reddit, right? So Lydia has responded to today's issue on Discord. There was an issue after maintenance in which players were able to transfer to and from Seasonal World. So notice that they just started this PvP Seasonal World. It was a big deal. It was a good reason to come back to the game. I'm sorry. I think I got a text message, and I've got to check. I'm sorry. Just make sure I didn't miss anything here. Just a second. Yes. So, so yeah, as you can see, this is really, really bad. PvP servers are not locked anymore after this patch, meaning people from Fresh Start servers and Legacy servers can transfer to them, and they have already, and they brought in 300,000 fucking gold. If AGS doesn't roll this back, they've officially killed the PvP servers. Not even 3 days in. Great going. And he's right about this. The more I realize it, the less likely I am to probably come back to the PvP server. But you know what? I only dumped maybe 3 days there. Yeah, it's the third day in. Yeah, we're like 3 days in now. And I only lost 3 days to this. But I believe this was kind of the last time I ever intend to be fucked by a developer ever again. You understand? I'm now treating these people. If AGS did this to me, I'm treating these fucking developers with kid gloves. I'm assuming that they're fucking weird Jeffrey Epstein type style rapists who just steal money and fuck us over. They're basically Satan's minions. I think software developers, after this AGS thing, and honestly it sucks because it's tragic. It's fucking tragic that it's fucking tragic that this happened, because it didn't need to happen. It's some bungle. It's not that they took a shot and missed. It's that they couldn't handle basic stuff like don't let people from non-seasonal servers transfer in and then trade gold and money and loot to their friends. And so what happened last night, and I caught it at 3:45 in the morning. I didn't draw attention to it because I was like, there's no way they'll lose to this. But I believe they did. I believe New World probably did die today. As fucking crazy as it is, I do not want this fucking... I don't want these fucking roller coasters in my life from piece of shit companies like Rockstar. Like, I just wrote a thing on my Steam account. This thing with New World reminded me of Rockstar. I have dumped 5,000 hours into Rockstar titles, but I am locked out of all of my Rockstar titles because the AAA-ness, they are full blown. They are like Nazi piece of shit enemies now. I consider them like the enemy. They're worse than Elon and Trump and the Republicans. They're not outright killing the world like them. They're bungling killing the world. They're the bungler killers. They're the ones who, when you go to fire shots at the Nazis, you realize that they sold more computers and that your company sold more computers and more bullets to the Nazis than they did to the U.S. military. And you begin to realize that this is not because they don't like you or they want to be your enemy or something. It's because they're bunglers full of greed, and they just do whatever the dollar tells them to. And this is exactly what AGS did. They greedily tried to take a swing at a PvP server, but you got to understand how really close and careful those rules have to be. They have to be like a Dungeons and Dragons rule set. The rules matter. They relaxed the rules last night for, I think it was a total of 90 minutes or something like that. And I wish I was kidding as I fucking say this, and I'm going to publish this tonight. I think it is good content. I was there. I was firsthand. I was a victim of this. Oh my god, right to the fucking second. Right to the fucking second. Can you see the fucking abuse? Sorry guys, I got fucked. I'll be back. Pause. Okay, we going live. Yeah, we about 10 seconds in. Okay, I'm so sorry. Now I'll probably have to like wait for all the ads and get the tab running and all this stuff. I'm terribly sorry. Terrible distractions. Okay, good. Hi. Sorry about that. I had to go do something in the real life. I don't want to lose this. No. There we go. Okay, so what was I talking about before I was so rudely interrupted? Yeah. So, as you can see, it just hit Reddit last night. Is there any official word or update regarding this whole situation? Their Twitter is dark, and there doesn't seem to be any updates. Is something actually being done or acknowledged? Seems really strange to go radio is silent on such a mistake. It's been 12 hours. Really massive cock 420. Damn it. Seasonal PvP gear and non-seasonal worlds. Challenges of implementation. In their own words, they said... building seasonal worlds wasn't just about flipping a switch. It required rethinking server architecture and gameplay systems from the ground up, which would imply that you guys weren't incompetent and didn't let a bunch of people transfer in 3 days later and invalidate all of our work. Yep, the PvP servers now have the PvE rule set. So they all transferred in and they bought 300,000 gold. They all brought in gold to ruin the economy. So, I don't know. Oh, it's time for a new cartridge. Yay. Let's see what we have today. We have Trainwreck at 91%. Oh, jeez, my headphones. Trainwreck at 91%. Skunk number 1. This is the one I'm gonna. The skunk number 1 is the one I'm gonna pop. I knew which one it was. I was gonna do it. I'm not gonna do all 6 of them or whatever. But yeah, we're gonna do skunk number 1 because I am so badass. Yeah, we gonna rock this twist. We gonna twist the cap, bitch. We're gonna twist the cap in your motherfucking ass. Yeah, gonna twist that cap. Don't fuck with me. Anyways, I started playing the game with the tournament was released and prices went down as days progressed until the end of the season. But now the season 7 started, they have risen a lot, and this is the other thing. So, yeah, I was right. The new Fire Staff artifact is busted. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hello? The video here. Yeah, I'm gonna pause the video, guys. Sorry, I'm finally back from running to town, and now I am talking about the death of New World. And yeah, last night at like 4 in the morning, they let all the little shitheads, all the little Eichmans, transfer. They spent real life money to transfer all of their old characters to the PvP servers. Which makes the server worthless to me. And then they already spread their combat trophies. I saw them do it. They already handed out tons of money to tons of people, and my enemies have grown stronger through use of cheating and outside fucking abuse of a dev fuck up, and it poisons the PvP server. It poisoned it. Leveling to 65 in a day poisoned it too. And being forced to do the MSQ fucking forced it, fucking poisoned it. And so I'm back on the video now, and I'm annoyed because I let 5 minutes go by without turning the video on, and I really let some good content fly there, so I'm going to repeat again for my video crowd, for the people that might ever see this in the future. I know that the people in the moment today don't give a lip. Well, there is some people who care that I'm here, and I love you guys. But, but I don't think most people care what I'm doing. But they will in 30 years. They will in 30 years. And mark my words, I bet somebody brings this up in 30 years. They're going to bring up this moment right now where I realize it. Right now, these people, they're not thankful for what I do. There is a lot of people who are. And there's thousands of people who are. But most of the community just full-blown ignores that I exist because either A, it's too hard to reach them, or B, I'm just not their cup of tea or whatever. It doesn't matter. But that's fine. I'm never gonna be the whole world's cup of tea. But what I'm getting at is the history is important, and I will go back later and I will look for this. I'll be like a couple of days after the New World release. I never played it again. Now they're trying to do New World 2 or something like that, or now they're trying to do LOTR. Now I don't know if I'm going to buy LOTR. Now I don't think I trust Amazon Game Studios. Now I don't think I want to do Amazon products anymore. Now I'm going to make myself an immediate hypocrite by logging in. but I fear that I may not ever log in New World again, which is why I'm logging in to New World. I'm not going to cry about this. I want to cry about this. But I mean, I am the main character on the server. I'm the loudest one on East and West. Ask anybody. I'm not the angriest, shittiest one, but I'm the loudest one. I'm the one that fucking helps you when you ask a question. I was a member of this community in a very, very strong way for a really long time. Ooh, Romance of the Three Kingdoms 8 remake. Is that good? Gotta take a look at that. The final verdict from Gaming Bolt. I trust Gaming Bolt. So where am I going with this, right? I'm trying to speak poetically about this. I believe I will mute the sound on this game right now. Or, well, I mean, no, it's muted. That should be fun. Oh, good. And we're in the middle of maintenance right now because the server's down. And that's how I know. That's how I know. It's the middle of the fucking afternoon on a fucking Friday. And AGS is witch hunting these fucking shithead piece of shit Redditor fucking CSGO skin cock monkeys that fucking transferred all over the place. I mean, I was tempted to do it too, but I was like, no, they'll just ban me. I know what'll happen. As you can see, I have two level 60s that don't have a home because there's no servers for them. They are legacy characters. You can see the bungling of New World live in real time. I think about this in the future sense where maybe no one else will ever value what I do, but I value what I do. And I'm going to want to go back a couple of days after the New World PvP server and be like, yeah, I remember that I killed the PvP experience in a single day. I got to 65 and I was working on the MSQ at level 47 by day 2. And I was like ready to reach like all of Brim and all of Elysian and by day 3. They didn't gate the game, but they definitely put a bunch of busy work in there that I didn't want to do still, like the MSQ. Now, I'm going to wax poetic about several things because I believe the death of the New World is symbolic of a lot of things. You know, I sat under the moniker Catalysta for a long time. And if I didn't believe to be some sort of catalyst in this stuff, I wouldn't mention it like this. My favorite books are the Farseer trilogy. The Farseer series by Robin Hobb, and my favorite character of all time is Fish Chivalry. And or Fitz the Bastard, whatever you want to call him, or Nameless the Dog Boy, or the Catalyst. He's got a lot of names. Whatever you want to call me, Nameless the Cat Boy. I'm Nameless the Cat Boy. I'll always be Nameless the Cat Boy, and it's kind of weird. But I mean, I'll speak like a true. I'll speak like a true royal assassin. I don't. I just live in these worlds. I don't design the makeup that does what they do. I only live and I'm part of the swinging force that swings the pendulum by which changes the worlds. My generation was like this. We came in, we were obsessed with these games, we populated it, we made the lifestyle. I'm one of them. I made this lifestyle. I helped to make it. Like, you know, and the death of the New World is symbolic to me of the death of the MMO. And now I knew that the MMOs had died back in 2015. But now I don't see future. Now I don't see hope for the future. on my channel for 4 years has been, you know, Skycatlive and the MMO lifestyle. But I think the MMO industry just died today. And I'm not trying to throw up daisies and kick up like a little pussy and be like, it's over, it's over. I'm really not trying to be hyperbolic like that. I'm trying to say I don't see a playable game. I don't think Eve is playable. I don't think FFXI is playable. Not really. I don't think WoW is playable. I don't think ESO is playable. I don't think 14 is playable. I don't think Guild Wars 2 is playable. I don't think Mortal is really playable. I don't think any of them are very playable anymore. I thought New World was it because it was like my little Souls like RuneScape. You know, and I don't like the drama, but I watched company after company after company after company after company after company after company, and I just assigned a name in my head to each one. As I said, company after company after company after company. Pantheon was a fuck off, so there was another, and you know, after company after company after company after company after company. Fuck me. From Albion Online, I don't think it's playable. To you know, what is it, Chronicles of Illyria, I don't think it's playable. To Shroud of the Avatar, how many hours did I have in that? Before I realized that it was a fucking terrible game. I put like, you know, 30 hours into Shroud of the Avatar before I was like, no, I just know this is a terrible game. I just know it's a terrible game. You know, I went looking through Gloria Victis. You know, how many hours did I put into that? How many hours have I put into Mortal 2? It's up there. It's up there at 460. I shouldn't have spent as much time as I did there. I'm not saying that the industry is dead. I think there's hope. I'm saying that the MMO industry is dead. And there's not a lot of hope for them. Now, I just don't see how this matters to almost anybody, really. I don't think it matters to anybody but the developers. It's kind of funny. I don't think it matters much to me. I'll just move on. It matters to the developers because they'll stop making money and they'll stop making games. But it doesn't really matter to me. I can easily log off this fucking, you know, like one of the things I spent the last 3 years doing, on camera, might I add. I'm not trying to get like kiss my own ass or something. I'm just saying it's true. I spent the last 3 years trying to show whoever would watch how to stop stop hunting for games and just, you know, and be happy. It's kind of like, you know, how I learned to stop worrying and love the bomb. You know, Doctor Strangelove. It's kind of like the story. I'm sorry. It's kind of like the title of that movie. It's like how I learned to stop fearing the fact that I'm hunting for games and stop hunting for games and just be happy with what I have. Now, I was able to make this statement because New World was in my stable. Not anymore. And this might be the last time. Not the last time at all, but it'll be a long time before I log on it again, which is unfortunate. And I go looking for replacements. Last Oasis was able to keep my attention just because I don't know the game. I think Duckside could do the same thing. It's weird because these games, I think they can hold my attention just because I don't know them. My real problem is I know everything there is to know about Rust. I can't wire a perfect fucking, like, you know, 20 or 30 man clan base with an open core like Tay. I can't do that. But I can get close to it. I can get you an amalgamation of it that's close enough. You know what I'm saying? I can get close to it. I can't do the rocket science. I am not a fucking rocket science. Jesus Christ, how many phone calls am I I'm sorry, guys. Got a small thing, not a minor emergency because nothing bad's happening, but I got something kind of pressing I got to go deal with, and I'm terribly sorry. My fucking video did not unpause. Hi, guys. I'm back. I thought I unpaused my video, but I didn't. Ugh. I'm sorry. It's just not my day. I've had to do my opening soliloquy like 7 times. I've lost the artistic license. I feel like a bunch of stupid bad shit's about to happen. It's dumb. But anyways, yeah, we'll log on. I'm gonna go make sure her NES is clear and just any items are dealt with. This is an achievement guide. It's not a guide. It's sort of odd. But anyways. It's like I can't play WoW. I played it for 20 years. WoW was my RuneScape. I don't like old school RuneScape. I'm burnt out on Eve. I'm burnt out on FFXI. I'm not burnt out on Rust, but I mean it's too early. Uh I'm burnt out on 76. I haven't done all of it, but I mean it's got so much content, it just keeps on going, but I'm burnt out on the game. New World is still playable for me. But they cheapened the work that I did over the last 3 days. I haven't paid them in a long time. I bought a wolf from them. I bought Elysium Wilds and I bought a wolf. I think I bought New World, yeah, when it was brand new for 50, I think, or something like that. And then I spent uh 39 on Elysium Wilds, so that was like up to 90, and then I spent $20 on a wolf and like $10 on character equipment slots, which is things that I'm used to for free. I wish I could search this for sensitivity problems. Borderlands can look good. I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know. If I were to play one of them, it would be Borderlands 2. But it had a sensitivity issue, which is just like fucking annoying. I already turned my sensitivity down, but I mean, their sensitivity is way too high. They remastered the Borderlands 1, which I didn't know they did, so I think I will install that because I did buy it. New World went off my C drive. I've got room. Install Borderlands 1. Yep. It's where you can just see how it all leads into each other. I don't think I'm going to quit New World, but I am burnt out on New World, and they've irked me today. I'm unsatisfied customer with Amazon Game Studios. They lured me to that PvP server, and they lured me away from my Fresh Start server. And I feel kind of irked, like they couldn't possibly fix all this. I hate feeling this negative. I feel like Debbie Downer when I say this stuff, but I'm just being honest. It's my honest appraisal. These devs, they're killing my industry. New World was an important gem in my crown, and they've constantly broken my heart. And I don't know if I'm gonna recover from this one. This one's hard. I'm out of practice on Rust. Rust may have been where I should have stayed. I should have just built safer and bigger. It's hard. It's hard to look at it. You're like, mismanagement. It's tragic. It's really hurt the community. Mismanagement. Wow, somebody bought some of the copper, but not all. I don't know. I need a farmer, crafter, builder, and they all piss me off. Rust is too toxic. New World doesn't have building, like having a home base. Uh 76 is good, but it's not good enough. And it's like they aren't making good modern games. Nightingale's good, but it's not like Live There good. Okay. I don't think I want to wear headphones anymore. I know I'm not going to. Specifically because I need to be able to hear my phone for my family. And so I'm not going to wear headphones anymore. It's also destroying my hearing. I know it is. This industry, it has a lot of costs. It's very difficult to find a lifestyle game. I guess I must do a balance. And I'm at a loss. I'm at a complete fucking loss as to what MMO to play as a main. I don't know. I don't know. It's not that I'm hunting for games. It's like, where do I make my main home? Where where will I be respected the most? I'm going to leave this Discord I'm on now. I'm gonna go leave this server. Uh, it's not Ashes. It's not. I'm like at a complete loss. Nope, I feel like I'm spying because I don't belong here. I'm gonna leave this server. Bye. Well, oh, I can buy a ship. Yeah, take me to go buy a ship. Get up. I want the helm. Let's turn on the sound a little bit better. All right, we're going to sell, or no, we're going to buy a medium. Oh wait, can I just buy ships remotely? Oh, I can? Oh, I can. Look, dope. Okay, I want 2 high presets. Can I get more than one? Add to shopping list. Can I get like 2 of them? How many? Yeah, but, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Add to shopping list is 1, 2. Oh, cool. I can get 2 of them. Oh no, to buy to so many. Okay, that's okay. So yeah, I would need 3 million. That's okay. Confirm the order. So I'll get a little bit more. Oh, Argon Wharf. It's there. Ooh. Nice. Okay, so then I will... let's get the mic closer to my mouth because I can hear now without my headphones that yeah, I can feel now that I need it closer. There we go, like that. It's not really in the way. Okay. So I wish to go to behavior and I want you to local auto mine ice in second flashpoint. Confirm. And then we will calm. Proceed. Then we will live stream view him and lock him as he leaves the station. And I will RP watch X4 Foundations. Yeah, look, there it is. It's dope. I just bought this ship. I love this game. I love this game because I'm certain that the guy who made this game loves this game and plays his own game. And I think that's a necessity. I think a bunch of these developers are not playing their own games, so they don't know how shitty the experience is, and that's just the problem. Oh, look, I'm at 1.6 billion ISK.
Connecting.
I haven't made totally all of my sales, but I don't think it matters. I don't have an MMO in my top spot. It's anymore. I don't think anymore. I don't think. I look at these games and I'm like, no. Mortal has enough content I haven't seen. It is a place I can go. And I'll go back to Rust next month when they do the medieval update. I haven't done vanilla. I mean, I have done vanilla Rust recently, but not really. And I could always go do that. That is an option. I've got Rust coming up on the docket here in so I've got no, we got a little while. Okay, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 days, I believe, which is a long time. 13 days is too long without fresh content for Rust. I can't make my home there. I've got to pick a main. That last Oasis game. Oh, look, it's mining now. Look how fast it was until he was mining. I bought it, and look, he's already mining. I'm starting to have a lot more disposable income soon. But it'll be like another week or something. But in a week, and I haven't done shit. I'm not playing this game. I bought this ship. That's all I did. All I did was buy the ship. That's it. They do all the work, right? And so eventually in like a week, I'm going to have like 10 million and I'm going to buy a really nice big capital ship, or I'm going to buy the best combat ship that I can get. I'm going to start working rep in the neighborhood, just doing auto patrol and shooting anything that shows up. Yeah, I'm locked on the Mineral Vanguard as it goes around and stuff. This is cool because I just bought this ship. It is kind of RP to watch it, you know? Fucking dope. I love the camera of the live stream. I think it's so good. I'm burnt out on FFXI, and I do take some solace in it sometimes, and it is true of Eve as well. But I'm burnt out. I am burnt out. Even listening to these ships kind of irks me. But I mean, I guess I'll list them. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'll probably have clears to do as well. I noticed that the hypernet kind of became my job, and I don't really like that aspect of it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do headphones again for a while, which is also really shitty for you guys because it sort of makes the sound not the focus, but I don't need the sound to be focused. I don't really need that. I mean, that's what I saw, you know? I don't know. I don't know if it's right. I was able to make a home at WoW Hardcore for a while. And I think that's generally where people like me go. They kind of killed New World for me today. That's just like, goddamn, thanks. Thanks for that. You lure me to that server. You have me spend like another 100, 150 hours or something. But no, there's something really wrong with you guys. These bona fide fuck ups. These bona fide fuck ups. I don't even know. I don't know. Let's look at my whole library, right? This is something I don't really do that much, but I've got a lot of games. I mean, look. There's a lot of stuff to do here. Stuff I don't play. Dungeon Siege. I love Far Cry 2. I bought Far Cry 2 Far Cry 2 is good. Kenshi's always sitting there, but I don't like Kenshi, though. It's annoying. It's a good game, but it's something I can't play. Once Human. Scum's always an option. This industry has sprung a leak. I thought Worm might be good, but now I don't think so. I don't know. So many of these games are bad ripoffs of Rust and Daisy. So many of them. Or 7 Days. 7 Days is always an option. I don't really like 7 Days that much, though. Ugh. Picking a new home is so hard. I need some place to be for a little while, and it was supposed to be New World, and now I've got to go find it. Could go try Rust, I guess. I don't know. What do I do for a main? It's not too good. I, Let's go look at the New World news.
Best possible game for its first Romance of the Three Kingdoms remake. Romance of the Three Kingdoms 8 really coalesced the best aspects of the series, old and new, into a single addictive package. Romance of the Three Kingdoms 10 was a great candidate for a remake as well, but 8 is in much more need of a refresh considering its age. The style of the series can be divided into two eras: the early turn-based officer-focused style and the latter ruler-centered style emphasizing grid-based real-time battles. 2001's Romance of the Three Kingdoms 8 remains one of the best officer-style games in the series, with a huge cast of characters to build relationships with and a ton of freedom to switch ranks or even build your own vagabond army. And as a ruler, you could micromanage armies and command forces in battle while allocating resources through parliament. But the turn-based battles themselves were always lacking compared to latter entries. So, does the remake of the beloved classic elevate its shortcomings, or is it just a shiny coat of paint to a 23-year-old game? Thankfully, despite a few notable missteps, this remake elevates the 23-year-old game with some quality of life enhancements and loads of new content. Romance of the Three Kingdoms can be a daunting beast of a series, so before diving deep into gameplay mechanics, let's first go over what the remake removes from the original. We have to start with some sad news. The remake completely got rid of the multiplayer from the original. Perhaps one of the most defining features of Romance of the Three Kingdoms 8 was its 8-player hot seat past the controller strategy matches. Governing cities while defending against a friend's attack or making alliances with other friends to salvage a border region was especially memorable back in the day. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms 8 remake gave fans hope that they could relive their late-night group campaigns with magnificent online functionality, but alas, those dreams were put to the sword faster than a duel against Lu Bu. The game's director just didn't think multiplayer was worth the effort, citing server strain and the impracticality of couch co-op as reasons to keep it strictly single-player. This remake adds a lot to the original, don't get me wrong, but the complete elimination of multiplayer is a definite downgrade. Heck, even if you're just in it for the single player, the inability to control more than one officer at a time is a step back from the original. What's not a step back is the general gameplay loop of Romance of the Three Kingdoms 8's remake, which remains authentic yet even more robust. Before starting the game proper, you can turn on the handy tutorial, which guides you along your campaign's opening steps. After selecting one of the bazillion officers and scenario and time period,
I could just play New World like RuneScape and never do anything in it, like never do ECRs or anything like that. I don't think I'm done. I don't know. I don't know if I'm done. I can't tell. I'm mad at them, but I don't know. Let's go look. Let's go look at what's going on.
I made a video yesterday talking about how New World Season 7 was pretty much a disaster. What I didn't realize then is that in the subsequent day it would turn from a disaster into pretty much a catastrophe. New World has pooped the bed in quite a sizable way. Fun for all the family. So what has happened is last night there was an update, very, very small update. It was to fix the amulet, the strike protection and all that kind of stuff, amulet, and some kind of crafting fix, which I don't know what it was. And this happened in the middle of the night in EU, very, very late night Pacific time. And then, as this post says, there was an issue with that maintenance, which meant that players were able to transfer to and from seasonal worlds. Now that's kind of putting it mildly, because what actually did happen is that you could effectively transfer from any server to any server,
Fucking so annoying. Oh my god. What? No. Why? No. Bellatrix is down too because they had a bunch of fuckery. They're gonna blame this on the community. They're gonna be like, the community transferred and the community tried to cheat. Yeah, the community tried to cheat because you let them. That's what they do. They're gamers. They cheat.
including the console-only servers. I think they must be on some kind of like separate like shard or something, so you couldn't do that. So it's not just the seasonal worlds.
It's not good enough. I feel like I've been trying to substitute all these games, Nightingale, 76, Mortal, 7 Days, New World. I've been trying to sub them for Rust. And it's so fucking annoying. I need to build with a sense of freedom and lifestyle. But I mean, Rust is boring. It doesn't have a bunch of mobs to fight all the time. Pimple on my forehead. Yeah, they want to roll back.
It was from Legacy to Fresh and Legacy to Seasonal.
If they roll back,
worlds, and actually seasonal worlds to fresh.
There it is. If they roll back, I'm okay. If they don't, we're done. We're done. There's some things I haven't seen in Rust, like the shield and stuff like this, that I can start learning about now. And I believe maybe that I should spend some time in Rust. Classic Rust. Which is something I haven't done in a long, long time. It's fucking stupid, but there's some stuff that I believe is in the game right now. Like, isn't the shield in the game right now? Yeah, didn't they put shields in? Let's go look at the... Let's go look at Shadowfrax's last 2 videos. It's annoying to do this. It's like a 10-minute waste of time, kind of, but I don't care. I'd like to see Shadowfrax's last 2 videos. I'm just going to do that. Mini crossbows, eggs and pies. Car radio, high external upgrades, medieval barricades. Frog hat. No, sorry. So, Shadowfrax. Videos. Triangle planters. Sleeping bag changes. Car radio. High external upgrades. Medieval barricades. Siege weapons. Shields. Ice sculpting. First look. This is the one I don't remember. Greetings!
Greetings, survivors and friends. Shadowfrax here with a roundup of December's patch.
I love Shadowfrax. It's like he's a friend in the room. He's somebody who really wants us to win. I love Shadowfrax. He's one of my favorite on the internet.
Of something triangular and a big change for sleeping bags. But first, this is the last big patch of the year.
I got a bad pimple on my forehead and it hurts.
And this is Rust's 11th year, a year in which we received such face melters from Concept Limbo as backpacks, handcuffs, bikes, and wallpaper, to name just a few new toys and features. But this month was squarely aimed at quality of life, and judging from the comments on last week's vid, there were some popular changes. So to recap on the most significant ones, you can now pick up and scrap any helis with the junkyard crane as long as they're turned off, and get an amount of scrap in return depending on the health of the heli. High external walls and gates can now be upgraded with a hammer, and the recipes for stone high external stuff.
Oh, no shot! You can fucking oh, cool. Once you get the BP, you can just upgrade. Fucking dope.
Also now crafting and batteries are free. The 16x scope is...
Classic Rust is too easy now.
Now variable zoom scope with 4, 8 and 16 times, which can be switched between, plus new key binding options in the settings. Underwater visibility was increased further, doubled in fact, and the depth at which you start needing oxygen was increased a bit, which makes you less likely to drown in high waves, for instance. Junk piles will now be able to despawn if they've only been partially looted instead of everything having been taken. And there's a new 18-slot storage box on the back of work carts. You can now rotate all sorts of electrical components before placing them, a long-awaited feature. Storage monitors now have a pass-through slot, all batteries have a fully charged output slot, which sends 1 power when fully charged, and Tesla coils are now more energy efficient, with the maximum power usage being lowered to 25, with no difference in TTK. Player elevators travel much faster.
They mess with the Tesla coils all the time.
And have express buttons to take you straight to the top/bottom. All nodes don't have an initial sparkle to hit now. Instead, the first hit is a freebie, if you like, and from there on, the sparkle will generate as before. This should also reduce the number of entities
sparkle,
on the
sparkle.
server and hopefully improve performance a bit. Every little helps. Surgeon scrubs don't require a workbench to craft anymore. Rat bills are buffed with more rad protection and less dehydration. Fridges have 18 more slots inside. And drop boxes now have 4 input slots instead of just 1. Propane tanks now stack up to 20 instead of 5, and homing missiles have been added to Bradley and heli loot crates. Landmines have a 15% chance of exploding when trying to disarm them now. This was apparently how it was always meant to be, but there was a bug that stopped it, so have fun with that. Water pumps can be placed in shallower water now, which means they'll work with the new rivers. And there's a new hostile indicator to show when you're both hostile and in range of a peacekeeper turret. Vending machines have a new stats panel in the admin section where you can see their complete transaction history, highest revenue items and best sold items, along with such scintillating extra info as total sales, unique customers, repeat customers, and even best customers, in case you want to hand out medals or something, I guess. Plus, there are some new server convos for these, which you can see here. and vending machines will display if they are drone accessible or not. Legacy shelters now take a few seconds to place, which both stops them from being used as readily in PvP and also gives you time to read the new warning. The long and short being that if you already have a shelter placed somewhere else, then placing a new one will destroy the old one. Dynamic vendor pricing is now being applied to items you sell for scrap as well. A wipe will start with items being worth 50% less, but can increase to an extra 100% value per item if nothing's being sold. The aim is to hopefully make it more valuable to sell items as a wipe goes on. There were a bunch more improvements to Wolf AI. You can see the list here, but significant changes include them not responding to howls from outside of their pack.
I don't know if I want the toxicity. I think rather than sit on Rust for 13 days, I'm just going to play Medieval Rust when it goes live. Last Oasis is not good. It's not good enough. I'm paying for a sub to Mortal, so I think I might try and use it, I guess, because I would normally play New World, but they're patching and fucking doing whatever, fucking, what they call it, rollbacking. I don't know. Let's go give Mortal a try, and I have an aim or goal of what I want to do. I'm going to move. I'm going to move my mage character from
pack to prevent the formation of super wolf packs. They won't see you as
super wolf packs.
Well, if you're crouching, meaning you should be able to sneak up on them now, and their sight is reduced at night. Oh, and tin can alarms now use metal frags instead of tuna cans. How realistic. The big new thing, as shown last week, was the new modular car radio, which costs and works the same as a boombox and can be deployed on any car cockpit. Only change to what I said last week is that crafting one now requires that you own the Voice Props Pack DLC. I can see why this one made it out of Hack Week. You can still use one without the DLC, you just can't craft it. But if you wanted...
Greetings, mortals. This enormous patch introduces the Relic Wars feature, Guild Heraldry, the long-awaited broker search overhaul, group tasks, and much more. Okay. Yeah, I'm a mage. Hey, I've got gear. Nice. That's really good because I want to use it. Kind of having a toxic time near Faburnum. I'm going to leave. Look at that login. Fucking fast. Nice, I even have a horse. Nice. Let's go to the guard and sit down. Alright, let's take a stock of our situation. We have Sulfur, Niter, Calamine, Ichor, White Cavallo for the horse, but we should probably buy lots of horse food. And I'm going to take whatever I have at this place, and gold-wise, and I'm going to take it with me. And I'm going to ride all the way east, and we'll look. I know Mortal well. We're going to take a look at the Mortal map. Just load the Mortal map. I've been looking at this map for 20 years. Go, you. Go. So, okay, right now I'm in for Burnham. I'm going to go east today to Toxai. Now, I always get the impression that Toxai is up here for some reason when I do the ride. But no. I should just go pretty much east as much as fucking possible. I should go to Sausage Lake and then go due east, I guess. Yep, I think so. And there's Toxai. We're going to go to Toxai. The only thing I'm missing is horse food. But I mean, we could just pick that. I mean, that's just, you know, horse brush. But I mean, I guess I'm missing gold too. Let's see what's on him. Oh, look, I did a bunch of farming. That's good. Well, there's even more gold to bring. Oof. Dead game. Look, on a fucking Friday afternoon, there's like 5 people here. You can see somebody's like, I don't know. Anyways, let's buy or let's sell to the grocery vendor and get 2 things done at once. All right, so you pull all of this. I will move to Toxai and I will make a base. Nice. 4 gold, 50. Okay, good. And then I need bring like 1,000 simple pig pie and 2,000 dial. Nope. Yep. Except, and there's the horse food. We're gonna feed the horse. He hasn't eaten in months. Nice. Then we're going to put the dial and the food on him. And the gold on me. Cavallo. The gold is going on me. And I will go get all my gold. Yeah, 40 gold is fine. I should leave something here. We'll take 30 of it. Split. And, yep. And then, what else? Yeah, we left enough to get up here. Enough to do things. I want to bring a backup dagger as a second set. Yeah, we'll throw a second set on the horse. Just for if somebody kills me out there or I die or something like that, right? We'll bring a second set, like a second oh shit set, right? We'll put that on the horse with a second dagger. Yep. Honestly, daggers are one of the things that I should maybe take a look at. Okay, so we have some... Let's see, what's the slash damage? 12, or piercing, 11, 35. So let's take another dagger with us. This Cuprum Heavy, it's not amazing, but it's definitely a lot better than what I'll find down there. And daggers are mainly what I want to bring here. Yep. And I will move away from Viburnum. Yep, got me a nice stuff here. Let's hope I don't die. Gonna take the nest egg out and pray I don't die. I could die right here, so we'll see. Is there anything else I need to do? Look, I guess I should maybe eat. In case I need to run. To look at my water. Thirst is good. Yeah, I was hungry. Yeah. Oh, I'm aiming out the wrong way. Oh, so wait. Now, what am I... What is my ship doing? Oh, I'm on this ship. Oops. So, get up. You take over and you go on about your business, I guess. Or no, I don't know. Maybe I should sell the ice that's in here. It's weird. The, oh, Final Fantasy's, yeah, this thing. We'll get rid of it. It's all good. It's weird that it does that. But, you are full. We are at the Argonne Wharf for some reason. Is that where we are? Yeah, I think so. So never mind. I'll take over. I'm wrong. I will take us where we need to go, and I'll have you park. Go to... Oh my god. Okay, so let's get the fuck out of here before I get killed in town. I just wanted to... Oops, we're going the wrong way here. Bush Pig and Walking Dead General. Let's go. Okay, so we're going out east of Viburnum. And I'm going to take the road. Like, as far east as this motherfucker will go. I like this better. I can hear my phone. I don't have to scream. I don't have to stress my voice, you know. Oh, no. No, so but the road ends? Yeah, the road, no, the road shouldn't end. I guess the road does end, huh? Alright, well, that's alright. I guess I'll turn on the Mortal music because I haven't heard it in a while. Beautiful. Oh, there's somebody. Oh no, really? Oh, damn it. Okay, guys, sorry, I've got to step away just for 5 minutes here. It's just one of those days. I can't get control of my life. I just have to go. Sorry. Well, I forgot to unpause the video, guys, and it's hours later. Oh, well, what can I do? I can't do anything about that. It was constant interruption today. 6, 7 times. God damn it, man. I need the auction house, which is... I don't know this town very well, which kind of annoys me. I'm just going to go to Everfall, because technically I should cycle all of this stuff. It's sort of inefficient not to. I don't think I can. Yeah, what can I cycle? I can cycle the wood. The wood will cycle. Let's go look at the store. And I can put this away now. I had to say it. I intended to harm them. I'm going to delete this. It's too negative. But it was fun to fucking write. It was fun to write. I've been so pissed about that for a while. Okay, what do? I guess I cycle the wood. No, wait, I don't even want to pull anything at all. I just want to cycle. I should carry Encumbrance Potion because it drives me crazy when I can't leave. $75 apprentice logging research. Well, I went to 13. Nice. A little bit faster. Okay, oh, am I out of copper? Yeah, I'm out of copper. Nice. That's good. Do I have silver? Yes, I do. But do I have fire? Yeah, I do have fire, but I'm running out of that too. So, but we'll do the silver that I have. I cycled wood. Maybe I can do skin, but I don't think so. Not without the base stuff. So, I'll just go sell everything. The buy order is better than the sell order. Okay. See, these fucking things are... Yeah, these are good reviews, but... Can I erase these? No. Where are they? I want to go quiet. It's stupid. Well... I wish to... delete. 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 I don't know why I mentioned another game in this one. Goodbye. See, I was too negative in this one too. Delete. Bye. Delete. Bye. Delete. Bye. This one's okay. But I'm just going to delete it. Yeah, I mean, I left it. Better and more for... Bye. There we go. That's better. Fun to curate this stuff. You didn't kick me out, did you? Don't kick me out. More and more, I sort of try to delete the proof that I was there. They didn't deserve me. Mandalore did EVE Online, huh? Yeah, well, that one takes my interest.
What's up, guys, and welcome back for another solo mining episode. It's been a long time since we've done one of these, and I figured I'd give you guys kind of an update on what I've been focusing on with Eve. And to be quite
Thank you,
honest,
Jake
I've
Lead.
not
I'd
been
like to sub to your
playing
channel.
a whole lot for the most part.
Thank
I've
you,
been,
Hassan and Nabi. I'd like to sub to your channel.
pretty much focusing down on just kind of organizing my characters, getting a lot of the older ones that I want to kind of like let expire into alpha state, kind of, you know, run their course with skill training and stuff like that, and also just kind of making sure I kind of keep all my assets and stuff kind of liquidated down into Plex and a little bit of ISK form and stuff. So we've made some progress, just kind of, you know, passively. We're pretty close to the half a trillion net worth mark. We've made a lot of marshals. I just haven't been really covering it or anything. I have had a character out in nullsec for a while, but I've not been doing a whole lot. Very few videos. A few videos I've done for nullsec. I wanted to expand on that quite a bit, and probably dive more into like the PI side of stuff, because I still think that like PI and trading, with a little bit of mining, is kind of where my main focus is in Eve. As much as everything else that I've covered on the channel, a lot of the stuff I'm not focusing on is stuff that I just don't really hold interest in anymore. As you can see here, this character, this is my main character. This is where like all the ISK and all the Plex kind of hangs out. I have the Jita Undock frigate here. I haven't been running the Jita Undock stream. I'm interested to know if that's valuable to anybody. If that's the case, I will, you know, try to do more of those.
What was the name of that
kind of
game?
get that live stream back up and running on Twitch. But for the most part, this character has been just kind of, you know, building marshals, building enforcers and pacifiers and selling those. And then after a while, like, convert everything over into Plex.
Fuck, I can't
But
think of it.
we're going to go ahead and switch
Oh,
over
was it Evolution?
to
I don't know.
some Mackinac mining, and we'll kind of talk a little bit more about kind of what my goals and stuff are for moving forward and everything. Now, my goal is to still pretty much primarily exist in nullsec. It's been just a little bit more of a transitional period near the end of high-sec mining and stuff like that. When I made the transition over, I was pretty much burnt out for the most part, and also I've had a lot of things going on, not just in real life, but like also in Eve, managing a lot of things, managing a lot of the goals and stuff that I had in terms of like the manufacturing series. Manufacturing series will probably pick back up, but in nullsec, and we'll probably be like focusing on fuel blocks. I've seen a lot of people comment on the channel wanting more information in terms of how to kind of set up for fuel blocks and kind of what a realistic process would look like. That for me is just going to require, you know, getting that PI set up.
This guy is high sec mining.
And getting those BPs, those BPOs out, and just kind of showing how I normally do it. So as in terms of like mining the ice and stuff that goes into that, you know, your bottleneck is going to be either your, you know, your PI based on how many characters you're throwing at it, or how much ice you're actually able to mine on a weekly or even daily basis. But for me, I'm pretty much going to be sticking to one character, one account as my main focus. I've kind of done the whole like fleet mining, the whole multiple character, multi-boxing kind of situation ad nauseum. So I think moving forward, the nullsec alt is going to be like the main, what I like to call the main undocked focus. All of the other accounts that I have that are essentially have been skill point farmers. Once they kind of run through their omega, we will realize their value and extract all their skill points, and we'll just kind of stack that onto the main. I don't know if I'm gonna continue doing skill point farming in the future. It's a lot of it's you
Nope.
know it's kind of hands off for the most part, but also it's just something I don't really want to end up doing for a long period of time. I also have to start like kind of tuning things down.
It's
too, as
wasteful.
well. I'm halfway to my 1 trillion network goal, and when I get to 1 trillion,
1
network,
trillion.
I do not plan on doing a lot of the things that I have done.
What you
up
need
to this
trillion
point.
for?
So, 20 account SP farming.
The fuck do you
being
need
one
a
of those
trillion
things
is
that's
for?
probably gonna go away once I actually kind of have that Plex bankroll or whatever. So that's a lot of just planning, time management for that stuff. I will log into those tunes like maybe every like month or so, make sure that their skill queue is kind of maxed out and whatnot, and otherwise they're just kind of running their course and things like that. So I think we'll probably, have another alt, one of our other alts. We have one still in HiSec, I think. One of the original, one of the original alpha tunes, I think. We might still touch a little bit on HiSec mining and stuff, but mining hasn't really changed a whole lot for me in recent times. Like, I'm still going to mine the same way I do in HiSec, and even in nullsec, it's going to be mainly ice focused or fuel blocks or mercoxit. That's, one of the better things to do. I think with things like the PI templates, that makes PI a lot more accessible to a lot of people, and also I think it makes it a lot easier to run multiple characters and not have such a big time investment when you start building kind of a library of templates and stuff. So we'll probably be playing around with that a lot more in the future too. Now, I wanted to make this solo mining episode because we haven't really touched on mining in general for a while, but I want to kind of keep this series going, even though it might be more intermittently released than it used to be. But I wanted to also focus on everything that mining kind of trails off from. So we'll this episode is mainly focused on like what I've been doing, what my focus has been, and kind of the maintenance or admin I've been doing on the back end. But I think in subsequent episodes here in the future, we're going to be focusing a lot on ice. We're going to be focusing a lot on mercoxit and nullsec, and doing single character mining out there with expeditionary frigates and stuff like that. Those prospects and those endurances, those things that I really have a large enjoyment of using out there. Eventually, if the need arises, then I can cover more for like Oracle and fleet mining out there. But I have done videos like that, covering that kind of stuff in the past, and that stuff hasn't really changed. And I don't really want to like kind of reinvent the wheel for stuff that I've already kind of got out there on the channel. So more or less, the narrative and like the focus for this channel in terms of Eve is going to be kind of focusing on what I do on a day-to-day basis to maintain a adequate amount of income, and also kind of fill my fun per hour for what I am playing, and also managing burnout and stuff too. I'll be when I do get to my 1 trillion goal, I'll feel a lot more relaxed in terms of how much I play a day. I do not play very much, if at all. Everything I've got is like kind of passive income going, but I still want to provide
approval rating by re-educating and reintegrating. You're meant to fail. Endless Space 2 gives you freedom. Freedom to fuck up and suffer the consequences. The tech tree is subdivided into 4 distinct categories: military, economy, science, and empire. Develop your military and you get bigger guns, but you don't get the ships to mount them. You need to develop your empire for that. Then you need a military-industrial complex to facilitate the production of your armada, which forces you to tech economy, not only for developing your systems, but for supply.
Thank you, PPS. I've liked the sub to your channel.
It's long been known that German soldiers.
I don't know. No, I'm gonna go back and find something new. Let's look at survival games. We haven't really looked at that much lately. 2 months ago, 1 month ago. Plunderstorm.
There's nothing better than working hard to collect some stone, perhaps even cutting down a tree, and then using those materials to construct a massive fortress that you can call home. In this video, we're taking a look at the best base building games. Enjoy. Number 1, Enshrouded, an open world survival game set in a mystical post-apocalyptic world shrouded in darkness, and you must navigate.
Nope. Oh, good. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ships. 7. And you're just patrolling Blackwell Sun. Nice. Wait, has someone been here? No, it was me. I was here. Excuse me. there's a lot of stuff here. Alright, I think I'm going to log and pick a random Rust server, I guess. Because there's a bunch of stuff about Rust that I don't know that I'm going to just catch up on. I've been doing too much New World. Okay. Log. I want to do something productive and get ready for the Rust primitive wipe. And I don't know. I've been farming New World too much. I don't know. I could do that other game, Last Oasis, I suppose. I've been into mobile bases. Mobile bases are cool. I didn't really like what I saw there. It was kind of annoying. Yeah. Oops. Let's do this one. Thank you, Mfont Terrible. Forest rings. I don't think this is what I'm looking for. It's unfortunate. Haven't played this game in a while. Wow. There's a lot of stuff. Well, so we're going to drop it off this for just a minute. I'm going to blank my screen while I make my choice. Okay, made my choice, but I've got to log in. Won't take but a minute, guys. Sorry, just doing something security-wise. I'll pull it back now for a minute. The Wayward Realms, huh? I don't mind these videos.
On this list, and yo, what's going on, guys? Mush back at it with another video. Yo, Steam's low-key got some awesome deals right now, and I want to highlight 10 great deals under the price of $10. Actually, I got more than 10 deals. I don't know why I said 10. Kinda, typically we do 10 deals. We got a little bit more than 10. I think we got 12 on this list, and there's some really good sales going on, man. Some lower key titles, some more known games, but we got some for everybody here. So let's get right into it. Right off the bat, I think this might be the best deal on Steam right now. AI The Somnium Files is 90% off for $3.99. Visual novels obviously are never going to be a genre that is for everybody, that everybody's playing, that everybody really enjoys, that everybody is captivated by. However, I think more of you guys, if you gave it a shot, you would end up really digging the genre in the sense that, you know, they're narrative-driven games. That's all they are. Less so games, more so experience. And Somnium Files is a great murder mystery. Visual novels, Danganronpa 1 and 2, a part of the Spike Chunsoft sale that stealth action platformer Mark of the Ninja Remastered is
I beat that game on 360.
off for $2.49. I mean, this is one of the more iconic RPGs really of all time. I do not think that's hyperbolic whatsoever. 222,000 reviews, overwhelmingly positive reception. $2.49 is a steal. Obviously, from the visual style, it's not going to be for everyone. Very much a throwback to the Super Nintendo days of JRPGs. But give it a shot, and I think a lot of you guys will be captivated by the narrative, the themes. Those elements are so well done in the game. Is $3.99. We did get the leak that Doom: The Dark Ages is probably going to be coming out May 15th, I believe is the date. That game looks phenomenal. Going to be on Xbox Game Pass, but $70 other $5.99 for that is phenomenal. I love Steins Gate. It's one of my favorite. ODST and Halo 4 all for $9.99. I mean, just for the campaigns, these games are so great, and $9.99 for all of this is insane. Definitely check that out. A great pickup, and one of those games that even my buddies that have Game Pass just also own Halo MCC because it's the Halo games on Steam. You kind of have to have these games. But,
no thanks.
Fantastic pickup there. But that'll do it for me. Again, a lot of great deals.
The Grim Batol. Some more news podcast. Wall Street dumping on Elon Musk. Okay, let's watch this one. I want you to click that one. What are we doing? No, don't download it. No. What are we doing here? Open link in new tab? I don't know. What are you doing? You're like pulling these fucking things for some reason.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Mush back at it with another video, and as the topic of
okay, so we're getting in, I guess, and 1 second, please. Now I'm going to go and turn on streamer mode, and there we are. Okay, let's go on about the business, I guess. I haven't played this in a long time, so I'm probably rusty. I see something I like, so I'm just going to do it. Ooh, it's playing well. Is there a recycler ranch? That's the first thing. Let's go find out. Damn metal blades. Nice. Jesus. I'll take it. Especially if there's a recycler right here. No, it appears that there is no recycle. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Yeah, it does not appear that there's a recycler here. That's a factor. Oops, gotta get my face back up. There we go. There's a player, but at least I'm in the safe zone. Well, no recycler here, which isn't too good. I'm gonna go piss while I stand by this barrel and get to full health. I'll be right back. Okay, full health, good. Okay, so I don't know what to do about a recycler. I have a good low, but I don't have a good recycler. I think I will use the Cover of Darkness to run to Rad Town. What was that? Yeah, I have enough for a shelter. That's good. It's an extra set of tools. I haven't played this game in a while, like on a classic sense. I could run to Outposts. Outposts is an option. There's a torch. Okay, I want to do the Radtown Road and figure out cloth when the sun rises. We'll take a look at the limits here. Oh look, does it go to Radtown? No, it doesn't go to Radtown, but there is a power station here, which makes it particularly lucrative. Fuck. I see somebody. I really want to slap down here, but there's already so many bases. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Fuck. It's weird because it just won't let me build. Oh no. Oh god, it's a full suit. Fuck. Come on, man, let me put down. You won't? Let me see. Go, 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 go. I got it. Bitch ass. It's quite a run, but I guess the best I can do is run around looking for cloth. There's not much else I can do. I can go in this place. I can go in the cave. But, I mean, yeah, that's beneficial, but they took the fuel out of it. Metal frags and some wood makes me a little bit less defenseless. But I've got to chop a tree. I could just take this. It is sort of the real estate I want, but not really. Well, so what do? I want to figure out if... There's the lighthouse. Let's go run the lighthouse. If I'm gonna get a bag in this neighborhood, it's got to be the lighthouse. It's the only place I can go where I won't get rads. A lighthouse run is fine. I'll probably find cloth in there enough to find a bag. Slap it back down by hopefully make 60 cloth, but I doubt it. But all it'll take is some sewing kits. What is all that? What the fuck is all that? The pylons go all the way to Lighthouse, and I mean, the pylons go all the way to Lighthouse. I will ride the pylon. It's probably the safest thing to do. Because just about any second, some dude with a gun is going to pop out here somewhere around here. I can feel it. There's a power station right there. There is a lot of loot. Maybe I should just hit that and run to the lighthouse. I don't think I want to go out of the way. Yup. See? Gotta run from this guy now. Some nice cover right there from that tree. Oh, that was good wood, but I didn't see. Oh! No! No. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Nope. I don't know what to do. 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 Somehow I did this. I don't know how I did this, but I did this. I lived. I bet. I lived. Scary, but I got enough to keep going. Can't leave the bush for a while. But I have all the loot I need to run to Lighthouse if I didn't have fucking profile right now. Run. Run, 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 run. I'm gonna die, aren't I? It's alright, I can't do anything. I'm naked and do anything. My god, I want this bag. Is there anything in here? Anything on you? Oh my god, it's a bow. It's a bow. That's a little bit better. Ooh. Good, good. I don't know. I just... Fuck it, I'll recycle it. What can I do? I can't make anything. I can't make any arrows. I need stone. Gotta find a stone node. What else can I do? I can make an Aoka. A couple of Aokas. Like 3 of them. And a wood chest plate. Wood thingy. A little bit better there. A little bit better here. I don't have cloth. No cloth. So... Oh. I don't like that sound, but it's good distraction. What was that? It was a pump? No, yeah, that was a pump shotgun. 1 round. Pretty definitive. Ooh. Yeah, that's good, that's good. Look, I'm back up to health again. Somehow I lived. I don't know how I lived, but I lived. Nice. I'm back up to full health somehow. Gotta get stone. Gotta get stone, gotta get stone. What was that? No, it's all close to me. Fucking Tommy, like right close to me. Is there some mess on that base? I think there is a mess on that base. I don't really want to mess with it. I need the fucking recycler, so what can I do? Oh no. Oh no, it's somebody on the beach. What can I do? I've got to find stone, but there is none. There's like none. It's fine. I'll just go to the fucking lighthouse. What do I care? Fuck this guy. He passed me, right? Yeah, he did. Yeah, you pushing me, bitch. I do see you. Come on, man. Let me up. 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 Oh. Ugh. Well, it's good. The barrels are here. No one goes to the lighthouse anymore. It's funny. I don't know. Anything good? I mean... anything in the stack. We gotta go up there now. That was 31 crude oil. Oh, damn. $500 cloth. Dear God, why? Works for me. Make bandages. Pants, shirts, boots, gloves. Bandages. Head wrap. Still no good though. I still need stone. I'm going to make a T1. Well, it's wasteful. No, wait. What's that sound? Oh, I thought I heard the motor, a motor. You know, I could just leave in a boat. This neighborhood is so fucking hot. I could just leave in a boat and find some fucking recycle that nobody uses. Like, who's gonna live at that abandoned supermarket up there, right? Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no! I was in a map! Come on. I was in the map! How did this guy get up on me before I could even get out of the map? What was this? Just kill me. Oh well. That's rust. Sorry, I looked at my map for 30 seconds. Jesus Christ, man. Where am I now? Well, I'm in that same place, but what can I do? Come on, man. But he was like up and at me before I could do anything. What the fuck was this? Whatever. Well, I just kind of like got wet. Yeah, I can't really run into fucking... Nice, that's helpful. Can't run into the snow right now. I'm gonna need a fucking campfire. But it's not a bad place to be. Ooh, cloth. Please tell me it's enough for a bag. It's not, it's not. Give me cloth. Cloth, cloth, cloth. Come on, some kind of cloth. Yep, yep. Little bit more cloth, come on. I just want to put it back down. That's all I want to do. What was that sound? It was a deer. That guy came so fast. What the fuck was that? Okay, I'm not wet anymore, so I don't need to go find a campfire. Living right here would be just fine. Like right here, no problem. Oh, yep. I guess a lot of people are thinking the same thing, huh? Harbor dwellers. I don't know. I will live in a 2x1 right here. Who's stopping me? Nobody. Is that me or somebody else? Oh. Nice campfire. I had the means to go get the cloth that I need. I'm just going to go do it. I throw the bag down here and make my try. Wait. Don't kill me. You gonna kill me? Yeah, you are. Oh my god. Ooh, what was that? It was somebody shooting. was that? What was that? Alright, I'm just gonna make my play on Ooh. Take it. Busy server. Oh, that's no good. He's got something I don't. Yeah, I don't have anything on him. What can I do? I cannot do anything. I pulled a run out of the land, but then somebody showed up on top of me instantly. This is a little busier than I wanted. To be frank, I wasn't looking for this kind of pop. I mean, I really wasn't. Don't know. Maybe now this guy has made his exit or whatever, I can try and reach the recycler. I don't particularly care if I die. Oh! Dead. Full dead. Nice start. Start on me. Works for me. Ah. Is depth of field on? Did they change something? Oh, no, look. What the hell? Yeah, that was a little problematic, yeah. There we go, a little bit better. No depth of field. That sounds like it's here. Well, I don't know. I just need cloth. Oh, I see a player. That's not too good. Oh, yep, he being chased. Maybe I can get out if I run right down the barrel, you know? Into the bush. Let's see what we pull right here. Yep, something I can get a bag with. If I can somehow miracle run through this place, hit the recycler, and leave, I can just slap a bag down and then we can begin the run. But maybe I don't. Maybe I don't do this. We'll see. I've got good health. But I don't have a weapon. Well, I have melee weapons. Ooh, I have a weapon now. Wait, there's the cloth and the arrows. Arrows. Just go. I don't need to be here. Just go. Oh, did I see somebody? Yes, I did. Huh. Where is he going? I don't know. I gotta leave. Ooh. What? I couldn't even fire the second shot. I was full health. Let me fire a second shot. What was this? What? Damn it, Shanika. Oh, we tried. I thought I had suddenly found cloth, and then like, nope, two dudes on top of me. So annoying. Full stack of arrows for some fucking reason. I picked the wrong server. This place is too busy, and I'm out of practice. Train. Gotta get set up by some kind of recycler. Oh, I have the... All I have to do is get a bag down. I already had that shack, like, lined up. All I need is to get a bag down. I bet I can get a bag down around ranch somehow. If I just run around ranch looking for cloth, sooner or later I'll probably find it. Some way to get cloth. Maybe somebody dies or something. Oh, there's a point shop? Oh, yeah. Never mind. On top of it, these guys are all stacked against me. It's stupid. But, I mean, I don't care about them. They don't matter. There's sewing kits, but I need a recycler. Damn it. The lighthouse wasn't the worst thing. I almost have to go there. Fucking annoying. I had that run. I was like ready to do the run, and the guy showed up before I could even get out of the map. It was so stupid. He was up and at me before I could even get up the map. I did not hear steps or anything like that. How did that guy get up there like that? What the fuck was that? I didn't hear steps or an approach or anything. Nothing at all. Just jump and attack. And I was like, how did you get up here this fast? What the fuck? It wasn't the guy who saw me. The only person who could have been up there that fast was that guy who saw me. That guy didn't have a bow in that whole kit. He didn't have that. Can you get kit? Can you just type kit? Yeah, you probably can, huh? That's probably how they're getting the bow. You know, I guess, yeah. Oops. There's stone that I can probably freely chop. Nice. Well, sooner or later, I'm going to find cloth. All to do is find 2 cloth plants and live. This wasn't cloth, but it's still like progress forward. I can just stuff boxes in this thing and just keep doing runs until I get what I need. I remember now why I struggle with Rust is that at the end of the month it wipes, and I get really frustrated. I'm like, yeah, that stuff, it's all that work is gone. All that work is gone. 76 is better in that respect, even. And I'm like, yeah, this was fun for the little bit of toxic hour that it was. But I just don't want to throw my work down a toilet anymore. Even that work right there, it was like, what, an hour or something? Just down the toilet. That work is just down the toilet. Does Last Oasis wipe? That's still in early access, right? So Last Oasis is on the consoles, huh? Wow.
Game preservation, game ownership has taken center stage within gaming, I would say. 2024 was a major year in that discussion with everything surrounding the crew. I think a lot of people taking a look at things like games getting delisted, the adjustment on Steam where it's more clarified as far as the ownership of your game. Are you really buying your games? Are you getting digital licenses, etc., etc.? GOG is a platform that has come and really made a name for themselves and cultivated a lane in that they are all about game preservation. They launched their own program where they are doing incredible things with classic titles and games that are going to be in this program that are going to be preserved and updated to work on modern hardware. It's rather incredible, and now they have gone one step further, and their latest step, our video game preservation efforts continue. We're thrilled to announce that today we've joined the European Federation of Game Archives, Museums, and Preservation Projects, EFGAMP, making us the first Polish institution to do so. This marks another important step in safeguarding gaming history. Every game deserves to be remembered, and we're committed to fighting for your gaming legacy. They have a whole post on their official website that I'll go over some of the details. We've got some statements from them as well, and let's talk about it. GOG was created with video game preservation in mind. Managing director at GOG, Marcin Globowiski, I'm sorry if I butchered that name, but he did note that classic games and mission to safeguard them for future generations have always been at the core of our work. Over the past decade, we've honed our expertise in this area. The GOG Preservation Program, which ensures compatibility for over 100 games and delivers hundreds of enhancements, is just one example of this commitment. We were thrilled to see this program warmly received not only by our players, but also by our partners and the game.
Oh no, what happened here? Oh yeah, this thing. The gaming industry has lost.
Recently, a nasty little conversation has.
Thank you, Legendary Drops. I've liked this up to your channel. You got a lot of views with this. God damn.
Again, and it's that the video game industry believes that it's time for games to be $100 or more. Mark my words. If this is the path that the industry chooses to follow, this will likely lead to the largest collapse this industry has ever seen. They think that the layoffs, closures, and canceled games are bad now. You haven't seen anything yet. The players already have a long list of reasons as to why not to buy games today, and you want to go and add an even bigger reason to that list? Likely for the vast majority of players, the reason that will be at the very top of their list. You know, for years now, we've heard about how they think that the video game industry bubble is going to burst because there's just been so much investor interest over the years. The wages have increased, the cost of development and marketing has gone up, and the long development cycles that these games are in, 7 to 10 years in some cases, is just not making these games financially viable. These big AAA, these big shiny AAA games are too expensive to make for such little return. So they've gotten themselves thinking, well, how do we fix this issue? What's the actual problem here? I mean, it can't be that our, leadership is incompetent. It can't be the slop that we've been delivering to the customers. It can't be that we've been over-investing in these projects. It has to be that the customer's not paying enough money. That has to be the solution to this. So today what we're going to do is we're going to listen to the industry's long list of excuses as to why we need to be paying $100 or more. We're going to watch a journalist seal clap the industry's death march into oblivion, and we're going to talk about why I think the players aren't going to buy. This isn't the first time we've had to have this conversation. Back in 2023, Capcom's president came forward at an event in Japan and explained that video game prices were far too low even after the price hike up to $70, explaining that video game development costs are 100 times more expensive than they've ever been, and games haven't followed inflation like other industries. And he's not wrong. In 1990, a standard game would cost around $50. Adjust for inflation, that would be closer to $100 today. Yet, even with the price hikes in 2020 up to $70 for AAA games, the reality is that the industry just hasn't kept pace. Over the same time period, from 1990s to today, wages, marketing, and development costs have all skyrocketed. Game studios are spending exponentially more money than they ever did in the 90s or early 2000s, so the profit made on the sale of a single game has shrunk year over year. If we were to adjust in line with inflation from the early days of gaming to today, AAA games would be priced well over $100, maybe even $150 to be able to match today's financial realities. Now, all of that makes sense with nuance removed. However, we don't live in a world without nuance. The fact of the matter is that the vast majority of games that are released today make far more money past the point of sale. Something that didn't exist back when games were being made in the 90s and early 2000s. While they still had merchandise, toys, and clothing, and other different things that they could sell, now today, games have DLC, loot boxes, gacha and gambling mechanics, microtransactions, expansions, collector's editions, and more. I'm sorry, but you can't convince me that video game companies aren't making enough money today, or there aren't enough ways for them to make money. However, games journalist and industry analyst Matthew Ball are going to try to tell us otherwise. In an article written by Eddie Mackich titled GTA 6 could cost as much as $100, some hope. Analyst clarifies comments. If Take-Two raises prices to $80 or more, other publishers could apparently follow suit. Eddie writes, veteran investment analyst and researcher Matthew Ball of Opinion has released a gargantuan 219-page report about the state of video gaming in 2025, and some of the presentation looks at how the video game industry could possibly grow in 2025. In a section titled, How Player, Playtime, and Player Spend Might Return to Growth, Ball mentioned a variety of opportunities, including Grand Theft Auto 6 costing as much as $100 when it launches this year. Ball said that there is hope among some in the game market that Take-Two will price GTA 6 at $80 or even $100, which could prove as a turning point for the video game industry. This could break a key price barrier and allow developers to raise their prices as well, he said. Before this, a Baldur's Gate 3 developer said a GTA 6 could prompt a shift to more expensive games if Take-Two decides to price it above $70. In a series of follow-up posts, Ball shared further key updates, including how GTA 4 was priced at $90 in real terms, with GTA 5 costing $83. Ball added, your rent is up, movie tickets have doubled, minimum wage, Spotify, Netflix, bus fare, gas, etc. Indeed, nearly all categories are up, not just flat in real terms, while games are at record lows. He went on to say Rockstar's cost isn't sufficient to set the price, but the argument games should be the only thing never to adjust for inflation, and thus be, in the strictest terms, worth less every year, is not healthy either or a good argument, in my opinion. Ball was not making a prediction himself that GTA 6 would cost $100, only that there is a belief in the market by some that it could happen. For his money, Ball said that GTA 6 will cost $70. I can't believe I have to say this, but customers only ever care about inflation when said inflation affects them and their money. $100 is $100, whether it's 1990 or 2025, no matter how you spin it, what excuses you make, or what numbers you point to, the vast majority of people just flat out cannot afford those prices and will have a far more difficult time justifying buying games day one or buying games at all. My friends with kids buy maybe 1-2 games a year, or they just spend their money on indie games because they're far cheaper, they tend to have more replay value, and they don't take as long to complete. My friends without kids, well, they work too much and they can't even justify buying a $70 game, and they just choose to play free-to-play games instead. Gen Z is so maladjusted and ambivalent due to the pandemic that they can't even find work, and even if they do, they can't hold jobs for long. Heck, the vast majority of them are choosing to become NEETs out of choice. Who are they planning to sell these games to, and where are they going to find the money? When Ball mentions how GTA 4 was priced at $90 in real terms, he's talking about how the price of GTA, adjusting for inflation, was priced above inflation at the time, making $59.99 feel like $90 at the time. And that's why it should be completely fine for games to be $90 or $100 today. Here's the other thing they're missing. $100 isn't just a number. It's a cultural touchstone. It's a psychological threshold that makes consumers think twice before making a purchase. Crossing that $100 mark makes a statement. It's saying that this product is now a luxury tier item, something that isn't just an impulse buy, but an investment, whether it's worth it or not. And that's when that feeling hits the hardest. It's not just about the price tag, it's about the perception of value and what people can reasonably spend in an already stretched economy. Look, a $100 purchase feels like it demands a justification. I can't tell you guys how many times I had to overcome dread when I was wanting to upgrade from a $30 webcam and a $50 microphone. For many, this is going to be a breaking point. The moment where games start to feel more like an exclusive club for the people that can afford it and less like a pastime accessible to anyone who loves the medium. It's a barrier that not only reflects inflation, but also sets the tone for how the industry views its audience. One where only a select few can afford or truly engage with what the industry has to offer. I just hate how disingenuous all of this is. Ball says the prices for all things are up, and the idea that games need to stay the same price isn't fair, conveniently ignoring the fact that while the upfront price of games has remained relatively stable, the way that games are monetized has changed drastically. In-game purchases, microtransactions, season passes, battle passes, and expensive collector's editions have all become the norm. Game companies have found new, more aggressive ways to squeeze every dollar from the player far beyond the original price tag. A $60 to $70 game is no longer just that, it's an entry point. To truly experience whatever the game has to offer, players are often pressured into spending far more in additional content. Customers aren't just paying more, they're paying far beyond what they originally bargained for, and that's what should be addressed, not just the price tag on the box. And what's even more funny about all of this is the fact that the writer of this article actually ended up using the Baldur's Gate 3 developers' words out of context. And by the way, if you guys have paid attention at all to journalism over the last couple of years, they've been using Baldur's Gate 3 developers out of context constantly because they think it adds some type of emotional weight to whatever their words are. Like, oh, look, here's this great developer that made a game that everybody loves saying that they agree with us, when 9 times out of 10, their words are completely out of context. They used it here saying that everybody's just waiting for GTA to increase the price, acting like the Baldur's Gate 3 developers want GTA to increase the price. When the original tweet that they had made was talking about how much they hated artificial price structures and gouging that we see in today's gaming industry. The original tweet actually said, "I don't love the artificiality of pricing structures post-retail. Use the inflated base price to upsell a subscription, and use vague content promises to inflate ultimate editions to make a base price look better. It all seems a bit dangerous and disconnected from the community. I think the game should be priced according to its quality, breadth, and depth. I'm not against higher prices, but this arbitrary uniformity just doesn't make sense to me. It feels so unserious." I'm gonna go off for a second. Don't you guys love how every single time they like to twist things to be able to suit whatever their narrative is, and everything is always coming from the perspective of the industry and never from from the perspective of the player, of the customer, the people that are actually spending money on these things to begin with, because we are never a priority. We are never at the forefront of discussion. We are never at the forefront of their mind when they're making these decisions. And then they sit back and they wonder why games are failing and studios are closing. I don't know how could that possibly happen? The prices for everything is going up. You're absolutely right. Now that I think about it, you know what hasn't gone up with inflation? The general quality and day one performance of video games. Even some of the best games that we've seen released over the last few years.
Price has gone up, quality has not.
Standardized level of quality. We are spending $60 to $70 on brand new day one video games that we have to sit there and hold the bag because the game's not even finished, because it's always the minimum viable product that's being released to us, and we have to wait for them to finish the game for us to be able to play it. But let me take a wild guess and say they're probably going to try to blame the price of things on that as well. They want to talk about how expensive it is to make games today. You know, my question is, why are we the ones that need to keep up with you and your spending? We didn't sign up for that. When I look around the industry, I see some of the most successful games over the last few years: Baldur's Gate 3, Black Myth Wukong, Space Marine 2. These games are made with a quarter of the budget of some of these big, flashy AAA games that nobody ended up buying in the first place. You guys are making tens of billions of dollars. The vast majority of the money that is made in this industry is coming from microtransactions. This is not my problem. The sheer cowardice of these companies to sit by and wait for somebody else to increase prices because they know it's a game, or they think it's a game that everybody's going to buy, and it's going to be the best way to just sneak that price change in. And that is so telling, because you are pathetic and you realize that your games wouldn't sell. Asmund, thanks for unpausing. Eddie continues with $70 is the current market rate for new AAA releases, and in fact, it was Take-Two that was among the first to raise prices from $60 to $70 back in 2020. Many are naturally wondering if Take-Two might raise prices again for GTA 6's launch. But it remains to be seen if that'll happen. Beyond updating the sticker price for games, video publishers have found other ways to be able to make more money out of players, including expensive editions, microtransactions, and battle passes, just to name a few. GTA 5, for example, has sold 205 million copies and brings in a lot of money in microtransactions in GTA Online. Early predictions have said that GTA 6 could sell 40 million copies and earn more than $3 billion in revenue during its first year alone. Ball said that GTA 6's launch this year will have mixed impact on total player hours and revenue across the gaming industry because it'll only be available on console. A PC release is expected after the console launch. However, Ball said that GTA 6 will severely cannibalize total hours and spending that would go to other video games when it launches. For its part, Ubisoft said GTA 6 is a good thing for the video game industry overall because a huge game like that may help more people turn to gaming. Some of the other areas that Ball listed off as having potential for growth in 2025 included further expansions into non-core markets, user-generated content, social game services, the Nintendo Switch 2, other new handhelds and devices, AA, AAA, mobile gaming, app store regulation, new game releases, generative AI, and advertising. Make this make sense. I do not understand how GTA 6, projecting 40 million copies sold and $3 billion in revenue in its first year, is somehow a footnote in a discussion as to why other games should increase their prices to $100. They are failing to realize why GTA 5 did so well, why GTA 6 is likely to do even better, or why it could even sell for $100 in the first place. You're not even thinking about what the impact of a price increase would be on other games and other studios outside of one of the biggest video game franchises of all time. $70 is the new current market rate for AAA releases? No, I think it's the going market rate for trash. The best releases on PC over the past 2 years have been $60. I mean, take a minute to think about it. If game prices were $100 today, what games would have realistically come out at $100? Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Skull and Bones, Star Wars Outlaws, Dragon Age the Veilguard, Diablo 4, Call of Duty, The Sims, sports games. Trash, generic slop, and in some cases, absolute dumpster fires. And while some of them still would have reached an audience, they wouldn't have reached an audience of the same size because they would have cut off their leg to save a foot in regards to the game's price. I mean, think about what you're saying here. Even Ball mentions how GTA 6 is likely to cannibalize the sales and playtime of other games when they're released. Now imagine these morons raising their prices to $100. Good games sell well and bad games don't. And from my perspective, if the price of games were to increase, it's going to price a lot of players out of a lot of games, and the entire market is going to shift. Good games will sell well, and bad games won't sell at all. Which means a minor mistake could have catastrophic consequences for some of these studios, and the gap between successes is going to become an ocean many studios cannot cross. I do not understand why the conversation isn't focused around how much money these companies are spending on games. Companies that cannot properly budget their own projects, set realistic sales projections, or even target
Yeah, like they're
audiences'
so
needs
bad at being
properly.
adults.
Ubisoft spent
It's
hundreds
weird.
of millions of dollars on a busted-ass pirate ship simulator.
Fucking Skull and
EA invested
Bones.
hundreds of millions into an educational HR video disguised as Dragon Age. And we have so many more studios that are torching millions of dollars on bloated games filled with busy work and realistic eyelashes. What are we doing here? This industry is in a state of entropy where they just keep pressing forward, they keep spending more money, they're adding nothing to the core experience, and the customer is the one that's expected to keep up with their spending. They want to blame the failures of the industry on not making enough money, only to distract from the fact that it's their fault that people are losing their jobs. Studios are closing and sales are dwindling. I actually read through Matthew Ball's 223-page presentation, and he unwittingly proved it himself. In 2020, IDC, Google, ARC, and SMP all made projections on what they thought the industry would look like with its growth in the coming years. They viewed the pandemic boom as an accelerant, not an anomaly. Yes, these idiots thought that COVID was the future. ARC Investments forecasted that the industry would grow by 50% in 4 years, from $200 billion to $300 billion, meaning that investors, blindly trusting speculators, ran to invest in these companies and publishers, and in turn, those companies, flush with cash, invested heavily into their new future, only for them to be met with the crushing reality that none of those predictions would come true, outside of Ampere. So if you're going to use them for investment, they're actually probably the better bet. They don't want game prices to increase for inflation. They want game prices to increase to make up for their colossal financial hole that they've dug themselves into. The pandemic led to a wave of
They expect
overly
us to
optimistic
pay for their
projections.
idiocy.
Popular forecasters and analysts predicted that gaming would experience perpetual growth, an assumption that was rooted in a brief surge during lockdowns. These predictions were reckless, overlooking the fundamental truth. Once the pandemic subsided, people had to return to the working world. Inflation would then hit hard. I think a lot of people forget just how much of an impact stimulus checks had in the U.S. You had people that were low-income and middle-class earners that were making more money through unemployment than they ever did while they were employed. This ended up leading to a lot of unrealistic and excessive spending, especially given how much time they had on their hands. How the hell could you believe that the sales and engagement gaming saw in 2020 and 2021 would stay the same? Then I found out just how delusional they are when I came across the slide that was talking about the shortfall of spending and how players were spending less money and how there were less hours that were spent in games and how that led to an unprecedented number of commercial disappointments and flops. Forspoken, Skull and Bones, Concord, Halo Infinite, Redfall, Star Wars Outlaws, Avatar. These games didn't fail because of some esoteric lack in spending. It's because these games suck. Now, after I saw this, it got me thinking. I'll admit that I was taken aback when I saw just how much the industry had receded after 2020. I had expected a decline, sure, but not to that extent. It took me a while to process it, so I started comparing some of the numbers with some of the other charts in the presentation, and then I stumbled upon something eye-opening. For a while now, I've had this ongoing theory in my mind that the so-called silent majority, those unengaged, uneducated masses that the industry often points to, doesn't actually exist in the way they think they do. I've always believed that the controversies and the complaints that we see from gamers are more than just the noise of a toxic vocal minority. They have a real, tangible effect on how players spend their money and engage with games. And as much as these developers and journalists would try to dismiss it, I think our collective opinions hold more weight than they give us credit for. The slide in the presentation that caught my eye was the one that showed that while U.S. GDP and global GDP were on the rise, indicating that global overall spending was up, player spending dropped 13% from 2021 to 2024.
Yeah, we're not buying.
That's a pretty significant dip. And it made me think,
I stopped buying.
what other
I'm like,
industry
nope, make your
exploded
games
alongside
better.
Gaming during this period. Social media. And guess what? Social media didn't take the same dive that gaming did.
No.
So think about it.
I mean, yes, it
Players
did.
who would have normally not been involved
Yes,
in
it
gaming
did.
communities suddenly found themselves more connected than ever. The silent majority, those once quiet and unaware of the broader gaming world, became a part of it during COVID. They began engaging with games on a deeper level, and their awareness grew. They didn't buy into what was just being fed to them. They started thinking critically and evaluated their purchases, participating in some of these online communities and sharing their thoughts on other platforms like Twitter, Reddit, and Twitch. And I think that Twitch is a really good example of this, because while their viewership has dipped a little bit since 2021, they still retained a lot of the audience that they captured during COVID, and they haven't fallen back to their pre-2020 numbers. That shows a community that stuck around, that was once passive consumers, is now much more active and informed. You have a group of customers who have returned to the workforce, who have less money to spend due to inflation, who likely picked up on a couple of YouTube channels or Twitch streamers that are talking about different issues that are going on in the industry, and they're still watching, they're still engaging with that content. This isn't just a trend, it's a fundamental change in how we as consumers, as customers, as players engage with this industry. We're not just the ones buying games anymore. We are shaping the conversations around them. We are shaping what their sales look like at the end of the day. And I think the developers and journalists are starting to realize this, even if they're reluctant to admit it. The players really are the ones with all the power. When you look at the growth of social media and you see how many people are connected to it, it's at a point where it's oversaturation. We're still seeing the same levels of engagement during the lockdown days. They're still the same. A lot of the channels probably have seen even more growth since then. I would guarantee if I went out and I started polling some of the people that blew up or got big or anything like that during COVID, they probably still retained a lot of their audience, except for some of those Minecraft guys, but that's a completely different story. They did that to themselves for the most part. But I think what the industry doesn't realize, or maybe they just don't want to realize it, that's probably really what it is that players are still engaged in all these discussions. All the views are still coming in on videos, all the tweets and all the Reddit stuff is still getting updates and all that good stuff. People are talking about the industry, but they're not buying the games and they're not playing the games. So what does that mean? That means that they're out there involved in these communities and they're avoiding games. You cannot tell me that all the controversy that was surrounding Dragon Age the Veilguard didn't affect its sales. People waited for reviews, they felt the general vibe of the game, and they avoided the game, and as such, the game failed. In most cases, a game with that name, a game that has that much cultural weight, Dragon Age, should have sold regardless. It still should have did really well, but it didn't. And why is it? Well, it's because people are paying attention to videos, they're watching videos, they're keeping up on previews and stuff like that. They're going off of the vibe before they actually go to buy. And as such, they're avoiding stuff that they don't think is worth their money. You know, one thing that the analysts and the journalists aren't talking about is why GTA could sell for $100. The reason why is it's because it's a cultural phenomenon. It has been a cultural phenomenon. It's a massive game. And the thing is that there's a lot of players that are out there that have overhyped the game in a lot of cases, but it's one of the most anticipated releases in forever, it feels like. And some people are confident the game is going to deliver, but I think a lot of people are going to buy it even if it doesn't, because they're just going to do it. Simple as that. And there's a level of confidence there, consumer confidence, that I don't think exists anywhere else in the industry right now. Maybe there's a couple of studios that are out there that people are like, for sure I'll buy one of their games. FromSoft is like that for a lot of people. Larian's now become one of those studios as well. I'm sure that people will probably pick up on Game Science or Saber or whatever it might be, but outside of that, the vast majority of games, most people are relatively leery about. I mean, there's not a lot of studios. Anytime any game comes out, I'm pretty nervous because I'm like, I don't know if it's going to work day one. I don't know if it's going to be worth my money. I don't know if they're going to deliver on all the promises, even with the gameplay trailers and stuff like that, because we've had games in the past that have showed us gameplay trailers and the game didn't play anything like it. Sure, you're going to have some people that are out there, they're going to be habit buyers, and they will just go and pick up Grand Theft Auto, and I'm sure probably the same thing will happen for like sports games and stuff like that. But I'm just going to be honest with you, there's just a lot of people that are out there that can't afford $100 video games. And this isn't a shot at people being like, oh, look at this broke boy or anything like that. Dude, I get it. I don't like spending that kind of money on something. I could write it off on my taxes and I'll still feel dirty doing it. And to be honest with you, with the rise in popularity for PC gaming, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a return to pirating. Just like in the early 2000s with CDs. They were overpriced, they were bulky, they were hard to store, they were easily damaged. $20-$30 for a CD? Bro, it was too much money. Everybody flooded to LimeWire and Napster and stuff like that. And I guarantee you'll probably see the same thing here because a lot of it is based off of convenience. While general customers, I don't really think are really interested in pirating games, just general consumers. They will be if the industry prices them out of it, because they were at one point in time with music. Back in the day, nobody had any problem downloading movies, TV shows, and music. And still in a lot of cases, people do. The only reason why they do it today is because it's convenient and relatively cheap in their eyes, because they're spending it on the subscription programs or whatever it is. This is going to be devastating to the industry if they make this choice. Because, like I said before, listing off some of the games, think about the games that they would actually sell for $100. The vast majority of games that release in a year aren't worth that kind of money. And you know for a fact, anytime there's some type of just generic blanket price increase, they're all going to go for it. And they're all going to fail. Outside of a handful, maybe 1, 2, 3 games a year, maybe. And the funny thing is that even those games are going to suffer, because most people aren't going to be able to justify $300 on 3 games. That's crazy. You out of your mind? That's half a console. What are you thinking? Even a price increase up to $80, I think is going to be too much. It's just, I don't care what people say about, you know, how realistically money feels today because of inflation or anything like that. $80 to $100 is a lot. And for most people, they're just going to be that. There's other games that are out there that are far cheaper, they're much more worth their money, and they're going to support them instead. So if these AAA companies want to go ahead and do it, these biggest publishers and studios that we have that are out there, I'd love to make videos about it. The video I'm going to make for BioWare. That's going to be, that one's a long time coming. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it to your friends, share it on social media and things like that. Boost my engagement. Make me famous. See you guys later. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Marvel Rivals is a threat, and I don't think people really understand exactly what's going on here with this game. We are seeing player retention on a scale that we haven't seen since Helldivers 2.
Thank you, Legendary Drops.
It's beating out what was a worldwide phenomenon at the time. 4 new playable characters, 3 new maps, new match types, all kinds of new content that's coming into the game. This game is a major disruption for not only the AAA industry, but also just the live service industry across the board, because, well, it's a game that's serving its fans. It's meeting the demands of its audience, and that kind of goes against the creed of many live service games that are out there. They don't really like to give us too much. They usually like to drip feed things a little bit, and it ends up upsetting the fans, and that's one of the reasons why this game is getting so much support. Imagine listening to your audience. Such a foreign topic nowadays. We're now hearing rumblings or rumors at the very least that there's a PvE mode that's in development as well, so we're going to talk about that. Imagine Blizzard would be in shambles if they actually released one. That would be... NetEase, you could do the funniest thing. So today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about all things Marvel Rivals, from the new content to its future to those that would stand in the way of its success, and why this game is going to be a problem many can't ignore. We are now 1 month out from the launch of Marvel Rivals, and the game hasn't shown any signs of slowing down or stopping. Historically, when we see a popular game release, live service or not, we tend to see the game surge in the week of its launch, and then players that aren't interested in the game start moving on, and the player count kind of falls to find its dedicated audience. However, in the case of Marvel Rivals, we're seeing the opposite. We're just now a month past its launch, and we're consistently seeing the game hold over 400,000 concurrent players on Steam, less than 50,000 down from its peak. Just to put that into perspective, when Helldivers 2 lit the internet on fire earlier last year, its release surged up to 458,000 players and then dropped to 334,000 players after its first month, losing 30% of its players from its peak. Marvel Rivals has lost 9. That is absurd, because that means that this game is either replacing players that are leaving the game, with new players that want to try it out at a near 1-to-1 ratio, or the players aren't leaving the game, which likely it's probably a blend of the two. Players are actually sticking around to keep playing the game, and the players that are leaving are getting replaced with new players. And there's a lot of reasons for this game's continued popularity. One of the reasons for this, I think, is that the game is being consumed so much on social media. While I know that there's a lot of people that are out there that don't think social media presence of a game is indicative of its success or its player base, from my perspective, the more people that are consuming content around the game, the more people that are playing it. On Twitch, when the game released, it surged up to 227,000 viewers, many of the biggest channels receiving sponsorships, and some players were just interested in playing the game, and now it's sitting at an average of 100K viewers daily, making it one of the top categories on the platform. YouTube videos covering the best plays, the best players, tier lists, and gameplay are totaling millions of views, and Twitter and Reddit are overflowing with fan art and cosplays of the game's heroes. Both the ranked and casual modes in Rivals are thriving, which honestly is pretty rare to see. The casual mode is drawing in all types of players, whether they're just here for fun or just don't want the pressure of ranked matches. At the exact same time, the ranked mode is keeping the competitive crowd engaged, with plenty of players that are grinding to climb the ladder, participating in tournaments, and all kinds of different things. The game is offering something for everyone, and that's why it's working so well. Now the game is getting its first major update.
What time is it? It's 10:30. I think I will eat dinner. Yeah, pee. I will be right back. I'm gonna cook something and then pee. Turn you off. Then. Dinner would be quite good. It's quesadillas, beef.
The season 1, featuring 4 new characters in the Fantastic Four. Susan Storm and Mr. Fantastic are up first, and then in the second half of the season, we're going to see the other 2 characters. We're also getting new maps with the Sanctum Sanctorum and Midtown that are going to drop in the first half, and Central Park in the second half. Plus, there's going to be new game modes and objectives, keeping things fresh for the players. And the whole time that they've been developing all of this new content for the game, the developers have been, well, genuinely listening to player feedback, engaging with their community directly, tackling issues in the game, balancing performance issues with characters like Hawkeye and Hela, and bringing up lesser characters like Cloak and Dagger. They've been cooking Now we have a prominent leaker for Rivals, at Rivals Info on Twitter, who's been digging around the game files and has shown off a lot of skins that hadn't made their way into the game and then later did, and more skins that we're likely going to see in the future. Recently, they shared that they discovered project files for PvE content that's either in development or was cut from the game. While we have no word on what the status of this potential PvE mode is, if Blizzard saw potential in it, then likely NetEase has as well. And honestly, it would be the funniest thing ever if they actually implemented meaningful PvE into the game where Overwatch failed to do so. This is something that genuinely could attract a completely different audience into the game and also give more players a reason to stick around. Now, what's truly fascinating about all of this is that most modern live service games would never and could never deliver on this sort of content or be this ambitious, especially for free. Most live service games, especially shooters, ignore any issues that are in their games. Maybe they will throw in a single-player map or minor changes to existing ones. They'll occasionally drop a new character or weapon. Apex Legends, as an example, just revealed their update at the exact same time as Rivals announced their first season, and all they're offering is cosmetics. Overwatch 2 did the exact same thing. Well, watching a mass exodus from their game, they chose to release recolors of existing skins to try to entice players back to their game. Reading through some of the comments on these announcement videos, you can see an outcry from fans begging them to fix issues within their games, livid that the games that they've invested so much in won't invest in them or even try to fight back.
I like the
against new
combat.
competition that has stepped into the market. This kind of goes back to a broader topic that I've discussed in the past many times on this channel by now, but many of these modern live service games just don't have the respect for their audience that's necessary to keep players happy or to keep them around. Each update only serves to increase their bottom line by introducing more microtransactions and cosmetics, rather than meaningful content or addressing player concerns or just general issues within their games. I mean, look at the state of Call of Duty right now. While Black Ops 6 was received pretty well at launch, it has reportedly lost over half of its players, and it's getting worse by the day.
Black Ops
All of this
6?
is driven by the
I
fact that
knew it was bad. I knew it was bad. Black Ops 6 has lost more like 5/6 of its players or whatever. And it's like, no, I knew. I was like, yeah, Black Ops 6 is bad. I knew it would be. Fiber. And Ash, I want you to use one of these. Oh yeah, there's like a cool like view yourself mode, but the character model's really doesn't look that good. I'm just saying. Gotta go get my dinner. I'm not sure it's ready yet. We'll see. Seems alright, yeah. This seems right, right? Yeah, seems about right. Okay, let's watch this video. Now I'm a little bit more inclined to... I like the music of this game, but it's repetitive and it's not my style of music. So I'm going to turn it off for now. And let's go back to the video, but I'll watch this, but I want to watch something else. Let's look at Lost Oasis getting started. The starting guy, 195, ultimate gonna put no. Agnes TV for 3 months gonna why did this happen? Oh, cause I pulled this. Oops.
Please don't cry.
Hide.
Oh, there we go. Kill me, monkey.
Right, which way am I going?
Oh, I killed him.
Oh my.
Right, so I need to go between them rocks. I'll quit you, Axe.
Okay.
Okay, sweet. Wait, no, that didn't even kill me. Hold space to give up. Okay. I get it. You just go down.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm super close to you guys. Well, I'm closer. Oh, I can see Jim's name. Jim.
Oh, you're behind me.
No, Jim, I'm not doing that. It's for later.
Oh, I see your name now, look.
Oh man, alright. Okay. I'm gonna just like run towards your name. There's like weird monkey men back here, so I'm scared. Oh, do you gotta keep your inventory? What? Dude, that's dope.
Yeah, your character life. Did you delete it? No, did you?
No, I just died. Hang on to those. Oh, another weird Jerboa.
I'm just beating characters.
The hell is that thing? Jim! Look at you! Oh, you're so handsome. Look at you.
How can we come out and I want to see myself in front
I don't know actually. Let's try
What,
Arc.
is there
Well,
orbital?
K doesn't do it now.
Oh.
Maybe Alt. Oh wait, what? Alt like puts your camera at the ground.
Oh, Jesus.
What?
Yeah, oh. Why would I need that?
You know why. Or maybe when you're in the walker,
you
it's
can
like.
spin round, look.
Yeah.
If you hold Alt, you can spin round in a 3D type thing.
Oh, okay, I get it. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Yeah, look at me.
Can I take my pants off?
I have so many scars.
You fought a tiger.
I'm wounded.
It's like I've sold all my organs on the black market or something.
I look like a beat up David Bowie. Yeah,
Alright,
I
we
feel
gotta go
like
find our axe then.
Ah,
Oh, I hit you. I'm so sorry.
Jesus,
I was fighting
damn
this
it.
cactus and he was duking me, and then you got in the way.
I'm building a campfire.
Oh
Okay.
wait, what? You're doing the campfire? Okay. Let's
Yeah,
go
I'm just
to-
following the instructions.
Oh,
Nice, yeah.
let's go to Camp Pax.
You get working on the dinner. We'll be home soon,
Yeah.
honey. Let's see. Build
We're
a
bringing
sand pit.
company. make up the spare room.
Yeah, we're gonna bring back monkeys for everybody.
Well, never mind.
Players aren't satisfied. They watch as these studios continue to deliver the exact same thing. Nothing changes. There's no advancement. They won't fix issues within their games. They let cheaters run rampant, yet they have no problem releasing cosmetics and new battle passes. This sends the signal to the players that your experience or your enjoyment don't matter. Only your money does. The biggest threat to the video game industry is the fact that players have learned how to vote with their wallets, and I just love to see it. I love to watch them struggle, and the struggle is gonna be real pretty soon here. You have to respect where the money comes from, and many of these studios have lost sight of that. And I think it's just because they've got so comfortable sitting in their C-suite offices, sitting back, drinking their, bottle of water with waifu stickers all over it and saying, huh, these idiots, they'll buy anything. They'll still play it. And they're right, because we're impulsive creatures. It's what we do.
We're
But
addicts.
What ends up happening when the game across the street treats us better? You didn't think about that, did you? Anecdotal, I know, but I loved Warzone when it first released. I had so much fun playing it. A lot of people get pretty nostalgic about Verdansk, but I also clearly remember how many issues that game had, how often they would go unalleviated, and how easily they would introduce microtransactions and skins and battle passes. How many times the stim glitch came back into the game, skins that would release that would make players invisible. There was like the one time that they had like the helicopter glitch, and then they fixed it, and then it made another glitch happen, and then another one, and then another one. It went on for like 3 months. Meanwhile, they never did anything about any of the cheaters in the game. Warzone today still suffers from those same issues. It's the same story, because none of those things ever get fixed, because they're never a priority, because the players are not a priority. We are the afterthought. It is our money that is the first thing that they want. And the only way they can get that is through microtransactions. But what they don't realize is that if these games are not in the state that they need to be, and
We
you're
won't
not
play 'em.
feeding the players,
We won't buy them. Yep, we just won't buy them. Nope. Oh, these things are fattening. I can't believe I ate them. Ugh. That was like Hot Pocket level of bad. I'm never buying those again. They were like about the same level as a Hot Pocket. They were basically open Hot Pockets. They were kind of bad. Hot Pocket can be good, depending. Hot Pocket. But
good enough content, they're not going to stick around, and you're not going to get the microtransactions if you're not playing the game. That's kind of how this works. When I look around the games industry right now, I see a lot of these live service studios that have gotten fat and comfortable and greedy. They don't want, it's like I said before, all they want to do is take. And the only time that they ever want to give back is when their backs are up against the wall. And Marvel Rivals is about to line them all up. Too many live service games are doing the absolute bare minimum while squeezing their players dry with microtransactions and cosmetics, while ignoring real issues within their games. That is the reason
I like
why
this guy.
Marvel
He
Rivals
speaks
is
his
seeing such
mind.
an outpour of support is because the players feel like they're heard, they're getting content that's worthwhile to them, and the game has a bright future. It's as simple as that. It's a company that respects where the
It has
money
a bright
comes
future
from
right
and knows
now.
what the players want and are delivering on it. Sadly, there are those that would like to stand in the way of that. In an article written by Jade King,
Yeah, 'cause I don't like Marvel.
Rivals has too many heroes for its own good, they go on to detail a litany of issues that they have with the game, and I believe it should take notes from Overwatch. Jade writes, Marvel Rivals arrived with one hell of an impact, but as the dust clears, some obvious flaws are now plain to see. The lack of role queue is one major omission, and is already making effective team play an impossibility when playing with strangers. Unless you want to switch to Vanguard or Strategist of your own accord to salvage an alien match, you'll end up losing. This is a problem with Overwatch 2, but role queue has made it much easier for you to form teams you know have a decent chance of winning if you work together. No limits ask you to throw this aside for some chaotic fun where emerging victorious doesn't matter, but in Marvel Rivals, that is the only way to play, so it's impossible not to criticize. Right now, I spend games playing support out of obligation, preventing me from trying out other heroes. The lack of role queue isn't a flaw, it's the game's strength. Rivals gives players the freedom to play and adapt, rather than forcing them into a pigeonhole because they were too late to join a match or they were too late to pick a hero. Meanwhile, Overwatch 2 has made people miserable with its role queue, and players have been complaining about it for years. This reeks of somebody that's trying to drag Marvel Rivals down to Overwatch's level of mediocrity. If they can't see that freedom is exactly what makes this game great, then they're complaining just for the sake of it. From my perspective, not every game has to be specifically tuned so that you can roleplay as an esports player in your 30s. I've seen many people posing the question as to why Marvel Rivals is succeeding right now, and Tim Sweeney put it perfectly, fun. That's the reason why people are playing this game, and trying to bog it down with competitive tools isn't going to make it any better. I don't know about everybody else, but I am sick and tired of every single third-person and first-person shooter becoming a toxic sweat fest. I'm average at these kind of games. I know I'm not that good at them, but I just like to have fun playing them. The vast majority of people are average or below, and catering to the competitive end of these games is exactly how you push out the average player. The writer then goes on to discuss how Marvel Rivals is a hero shooter built on one of the most iconic licenses in gaming, but argues that the game being free-to-play creates an unrealistic expectation for players who simply enjoy being the heroes without needing to learn complex mechanics and understand their roles. They complain that the game's focus on mechanical skills disrupts the power fantasy that would be enjoyed by single-player games like Spider-Man or Batman, where the challenge is just personal gratification. The conclusion that the writer comes to is that even during its beta period, the roster was stacked with a staggering number of playable heroes and villains to choose from. In the lead-up to its launch, more additions were confirmed for the roster, making it hard to determine who I would main and if I would even have enough time to learn the ins and outs before their release. Turns out that I didn't. And now the sheer act of playing Marvel Rivals is daunting. Once again, I find myself comparing it unfavorably to Overwatch. Overwatch launched with 21 heroes, while Rivals stepped out of the gate with 33, just 11 shy of how many Overwatch 2 has now. And it isn't an original universe, as it has decades of media to draw from when it comes to its roster, but that also means that there is less potential for future additions, and some of its biggest names can't be capitalized on because they've been here the entire time. For the first few years of its existence, Overwatch turned each new hero into a legitimate event. You would follow each update and tease with fervent anticipation, waiting to find out exactly what role they might fill and what they would look like. This won't happen.
What are you
when
talking
Rivals
about,
adds
like, for
Sentry.
5 characters
Every
or
new
something,
hero was
yeah.
unexpected, but for Rivals, it feels like we're already having to temper our expectations after NetEase jumped the gun on its A-listers. I could be proven wrong, but right now, I'm not very excited about new heroes coming to Marvel Rivals because we're already dealing with an excessive roster. There's no moderation and a desire to give players a temporary power fantasy instead of easing them into things. This will only hurt the game in the long run, and feeling that way right now isn't a good sign. The roster is daunting is a bit of a reach. Having a large roster might seem overwhelming, but the game's mechanics at a character level really aren't all that complicated. The kits are designed to be easy to understand, so even if you're a new player, you can quickly grasp what each hero does. It's not about learning complex mechanics, it's about learning to get the feel for each character's abilities and how to figure out how to use those abilities strategically. This accessibility is what's allowing 20+ million players to play the game right now, jump in, and enjoy it right off the bat, despite having a large roster. I'm sitting here wondering whether or not this writer lives under a rock. This game's accessibility isn't hindered by its vast roster, it's enhanced by it. Marvel has thousands of heroes spanning different universes, eras, and realities. Of course, this game is going to feature some of the most iconic heroes to draw players in right out of the gate. That's exactly what people want, but we all know these characters. Everyone recognizes Spider-Man's web-slinging, Storm's weather powers, Wolverine's claws, or Iron Man's lasers. The familiarity with these characters is what makes this game so approachable for both fans that are casual players or hardcore players. This isn't League of Legends where you have to sit back and figure out all these different intricate mechanics and how each one of these characters work from scratch. With Marvel Rivals, we already have a solid foundation as to what these heroes can do, thanks to decades of media exposure. The diversity and depth of the roster is actually a huge part of the reason why players are flocking to this game in the first place, and pushing back against that would make this game not what it is. People have their favorite heroes, and the promise of even more of them is what keeps them excited. The idea that Marvel Rivals is going to somehow run out of recognizable or meaningful characters is just, it's fucking stupid. As an X-Men fan, I am offended by this. I'm losing my mind thinking about the potential for more X-Men characters to hit the roster. I mean, they could pump mutants into this game for years and still have more to come up with. Bishop, Deadpool, Rogue, Gambit, Cyclops, Nightcrawler, Jean Grey. Hell, we can finally have a character in a wheelchair that actually makes sense.
You brought me here, Magneto. The next move is yours.
I think that the one thing that many writers and critics are getting wrong about this game, or at least the thing that I think that they're losing sight of, is that the vast majority of players that are coming to play this game are either fans of Marvel or they're just here for the fun and spectacle. That's why this game is so successful, and that's exactly what kind of game these developers set out to make. That's why they're delivering on players' needs. That's why players love this game so much. It's been a long time since I've seen a studio so dialed into what players want, and especially what they want out of the Marvel IP. I think people need to keep in mind that the Marvel IP has been used and abused so many times, and the reason why people are so excited about this game is because we finally have something that's using the Marvel IP that's actually good for once. I mean, the first skins that they produced for the 2 newest characters is Susan Storm as Malice and Reed Richards as the Maker. While the Fantastic Four have always been known characters, their evil alter egos are some of the most dark and obscure depictions in Marvel. I mean, the Maker lobotomized Tony Stark for an Infinity Stone. These developers are so dialed into this game in a way that so very few studios are today, especially when it's not even their own IP. and it's only going to grow this game's audience from here. Rivals is giving players exactly what they want. Thick thighs, the freedom to enjoy the chaos, the power fantasy, and the excitement of Marvel's vast universe of characters. This isn't about appeasing competitive gatekeepers, it's about creating a game that everyone can feel like they can have a blast playing. So maybe instead of whining about too many heroes, the writer should realize that this is the kind of game that's keeping Overwatch awake at night. Because Marvel Rivals is everything that Overwatch isn't. The idea that Rivals is somehow going to run out of gas just blows my mind. How do you have such little brand awareness and you call yourself an industry expert? I could make an entire 7-hour live stream discussing all the different heroes they could potentially have in Marvel Rivals in the future. I actually should probably do that sometime. You should actually follow me on Twitch if you guys haven't. Catch me live. Maybe we'll talk about that one day. That'd actually be a really fun stream. There are so many characters in alternate universes and all kinds of different things that are out there with different moves and skill sets that they could be able to use in Marvel Rivals. I mean, you have Earth 1602. You could bring in all the 1602 characters, like the characters that are like from the 1600s. Really cool additions, and their powers work a little bit differently and things like that. You could do Marvel Zombies and bring in some of these zombified characters because they also act quite a bit different and would play entirely different. That would be really cool. Age of Apocalypse, because that brings back some like ancient mutants and stuff. There's so many different ways that you could go around this and find so many different characters that are out there. I mean, if I was to show my power level, we could start talking about Omega level mutants. And in that case, they only have 2 out of the 16 known Omega level mutants in Marvel Rivals at this moment. If they add Legion, I might never play another video game. Incredible TV show, by the way. If you guys never watched Legion on FX, I would totally go watch it. It's such a joy to watch. They did such a good job with that TV show. But that's the thing. That's what makes this game so exciting and fun. It's because we don't know what characters are going to come, but we do know what those characters are likely going to play like because we have such a history with this brand, with this franchise. And especially the people that are, whether you're a huge fan of Marvel or whether you're somebody that has just, you know, passively taken it in, you watch a couple movies, maybe you just really like the MCU and stuff like that, you're still going to be able to recognize the vast majority of these characters and know exactly what they're going to do. It's not like you're going to be like Iceman, I wonder if he shoots fire. Quicksilver, I wonder what his power is. Most of the characters are self-explanatory, which makes the barrier to entry for this game damn near non-existent. It makes it so easy to get into, and everybody has their favorite characters, so you get to sit back and wait and hope to see if your favorite one comes in, or maybe if your favorite character's already in the game, you're just waiting to see, maybe I'll start learning about some of these other ones, and then you start maybe reading some of the older comics and stuff like that. That's what makes this so cool. I mean, for me specifically, I am actually a legitimate hardcore Marvel fan, but I have not engaged with any of the media for years now because it sucked. I'm just going to be real. And there's going to be a ton of people that are going to agree with me because that's just the way it's been. But like old X-Men, like X-Men 97 and stuff like that, the old comics, even the original first set of MCU movies up to Endgame, kind of. I liked Endgame. I think it was still a really good movie. There's just certain things that I wish they would have done. It just sucks because the IPs were split, so you couldn't have the X-Men in with the Infinity War, which doesn't make a lot of sense because the X-Men played a huge role in the Infinity War in the comics, and you guys probably don't really care about any of that stuff, but there are people that do, and because of that, they haven't been engaging with the brand whatsoever, and this game is one of the first uses of the IP in a long time that effectively use it in a way that makes you want to engage with it and gets you excited about its future. And that's why people are loving this game. So trying to criticize the game for having too many characters, you're out of your mind. That's like saying that people wouldn't have liked Marvel vs. Capcom. Did that have too many characters for you? If there is one thing that I've learned, and this is probably the one thing that makes me really hopeful about this game's future, really optimistic about this game's future, is that a lot of these Eastern studios, the minute that they strike gold, they throw all of their weight behind it.
Yeah.
They don't try to, scam the players and try to drag them along.
No, they just
oh,
you like this? Okay, we're going to make this good.
The minute that they get their hands on it, and it's why players keep playing their games. Look at Black Myth Wukong. The game comes out, it gets incredibly successful. They start patching it, fixing some issues in the game, but then they start adding in a boss rush mode. Did you pay for that? No. They added another character for you to be able to play as in a certain area or something like that. I haven't gotten around to do that. I think it's like a tiger guy or something like that. But they didn't have to do that. They just do it because they appreciate the fans. They want to show those fans that they appreciate them supporting them. And that's how these games continue to be successful. I think Stellar Blade's another really good example of that as well, right? They did a lot of collabs and skins and stuff like that they threw into the game. And I know that's something that those players definitely appreciate. And just like how I appreciate Sue Storm as Malice. Oh, Lord. You know, I'm not really somebody that likes to buy microtransactions, but when it comes to this game, they are doing a damn good job at putting me in harm's way, or at least my wallets for that, of course. Speaking of harm's way, few of you guys know this, but I actually do live in the Los Angeles area, so I might end up being evacuated or on fire. Let's hope neither. This might, depending on how things go, who knows? This is really one of the only ways for me to say anything to anybody. If something happens for whatever reason, I'll be uploading in a while. Let's just hope that it doesn't. That I really just don't have to deal with that. I'm lazy, man. I don't want to leave. Like if it's a fire, like maybe like 2 houses down, I'll think about leaving. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'm gonna move out of California. That's all I got for today. Follow me on Twitch. Catch me live. Follow the Twitter, like the video, all that stuff. See you guys later. Peace.
Family, 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 family.
I'm going to be honest. I think this is the darkest thing that I've ever discussed on this channel. I'm hoping it's going to be the last time that I ever talk about something like this on this channel because it's just not something that we normally see in gaming. Recently, a video was posted by People Make Games, a YouTube channel, and in it, it was an expose, an investigation into a Southeast Asian video game developer that many high-profile names in gaming have been using to outsource some of their work to, and come to find out, that studio is essentially a cult. That's just the best way to describe it. Developers that have their entire lives controlled, living within the studio, controlling when they eat, when they sleep, when they drink water, what they eat, what they dress like, ostracizing them from their families. Emotional and physical trauma that is just unheard of, especially in an industry like this, because it's just not where we normally see this kind of thing. And for some odd reason, this is the reason why I'm making the video in the first place, is that games media just doesn't want to discuss it. Legacy media just has no interest in tackling this topic, and all they want to do is talk about Ubisoft's response. That's the only thing that I've seen from all of them, which leads me to believe that this is something that the industry itself doesn't want us talking about. Now, beyond that, what I want to do is not only share the story that was shared through People Make Games, but I also want to talk about how I think this is a broader issue that we've seen across the industry, where we have these multi-billion-dollar companies that have all the resources in the world to be able to make some of the greatest games possible, yet they're using their money to pay outsourcers or consultancy agencies to finish the work and get them to the finish line. And 9 times out of 10, it is leading to us getting lower quality products, and now it's also coming at the cost of other people's well-being. I want to talk about that. I've had a lot of viewers either leave comments, reach out on Twitter, or ask in my live streams if I've watched 100 Slaps, the breaking news that the game industry ignored in 2024 by People Make Games. I broke down and I ended up reacting to it live, and I'll be honest, it's heart-wrenching. A harrowing tale of an Indonesian game studio used for outsourcing under the control of a woman looking to be the next...
Okay, I want to relook at Stellar Blade. Yeah, no.
Next Jim Jones or Charles Manson.
That I was going to be...
Thank you,
kicked out.
Legendary Drops.
She said that God talked to her, and so she said she's going to take me under her wing and give me 2 weeks to prove myself.
Their investigation uncovered shocking details about Brandoville Studios, an Indonesian studio that Ubisoft, PlayStation, Xbox, and many more have outsourced work to. Their work is going to be featured in Assassin's Creed Shadows, it's been in The Last of Us remake, and the Coalition's entries in the Gears of War series. In their report, People Make Games revealed a disturbing reality about Brandoville Studios. It turned out to be this kind of twisted, exploitative operation where workers were subjected to horrific conditions. Developers weren't just overworked, they were living in the studio, isolated from their families, controlling every single aspect of their lives, from when they could eat, what they could eat, to even when they could go to the bathroom. Workers face physical and emotional trauma, often under extreme stress, in what became an increasingly dangerous environment to work in. It almost feels like something out of a dystopian novel, but it was real. The story alleged that Cherry Lai, who managed the studio, actively controlled the lives of their employees from the moment they woke up until they went to bed. Cherry allegedly ordered an employee to strike themselves in the face 100 times and then send them a video of their injuries. She would have women of the office send her what they planned on wearing to the office, and then she would criticize them, call them fat and ugly, and say that they shouldn't have been born. She would rally workers to verbally attack or shun other workers, otherwise they would be faced with her wrath. There's employee testimonies of financial control where Cherry would take an employee's entire check because they were bad with money. A video where she's interrogating an employee that's concussed because she told them to slam their head into a door frame. And the account of working a pregnant employee regularly until 3 o'clock in the morning, forcing her out of her maternity leave and ultimately resulting in the loss of her child. I could go into further detail, but I'm just highlighting some of the worst moments that were shared. However, I would recommend that anybody that's out there that's interested to go and watch the original video from People Make Games, because that's the only way that some of these issues get fixed, is if there's more awareness around these issues. Many in Indonesia have found that if there's an issue that doesn't go viral, then the government or their legal system isn't going to do anything about it. With as much virtue signaling as we see in the games industry today, I am surprised that the only people that were discussing this is People Make Games. While the media has covered the topic, they've only just brushed it to the side just to give whatever Ubisoft's response to the investigation was, because Brandoville, the last game that they were working on, was Assassin's Creed Shadows. Ubisoft responded to Eurogamer saying, "We are deeply disturbed by the reports surrounding Brandoville Studios. We strongly condemn all forms of abuse, and our thoughts are with the affected employees." This response, from my perspective, claims that they were unaware of the situation at Brandoville. They said that they only learned of the working conditions when People Make Games published their video. But here's the thing. Ubisoft knew exactly what kind of studio that they were working with. While they may not have known exactly what was happening, they knew exactly what they were paying for. They chose to outsource work to Indonesia, a country that is known for lax labor laws, where companies can get away with practices that would be unacceptable in most parts of the world. That's why these companies outsource to these countries in the first place. They can get it done fast and cheap under any condition. It's not that Ubisoft didn't know the risks, they knew. It's just that the risks were far less costly than the alternative. The bottom line is, lower development costs was what mattered most to them. Now, I don't want to pretend like I'm the one that's virtue signaling here. Overseas outsourcing of work, manufacturing, and materials is popular in just about every single industry that's out there. That's how they cut costs. That's how we save money in the end, and we end up getting cheaper products. But I want to relish in this moment for just a second, because it's incredible how Ubisoft, in the face of criticism over forced diversity in Assassin's Creed Shadows, attempted to position themselves as champions of moral integrity and democratic values. In one of my last videos, I covered an interview where Mark Alexis Cote, the Assassin's Creed boss, referenced how democracies die, suggesting that developers must stand up for their values and not remain silent in the face of threats to their vision, otherwise democracy will crumble. His rhetoric painted himself and his developers as freedom fighters, self-censoring to avoid backlash and risking everything to preserve their ideals. Yet, that high-minded talk is utterly undermined when you take a closer look at Ubisoft's actual actions. Instead of standing firm in their purported values, the company is outsourcing labor to Southeast Asia, where workers endure exploitative conditions, all to cut costs and maximize profits. They are knowingly taking advantage of countries with lax labor laws, where they can pay workers less, offer fewer protections, and sidestep ethical responsibility they seem to claim to hold so dear to their hearts. This stark contrast exposes just how performative Ubisoft's grandstanding truly is. While Cote can speak passionately about the importance of standing up for his democratic values and not giving away their freedom, Ubisoft's behavior reveals a blatant disregard for the very principles that they apparently what to uphold. By exploiting cheap labor in countries with questionable working conditions, they directly benefit from a system that harms vulnerable workers. Their commitment to diversity and inclusivity is
God
a
damn it, you
narrative that is
wedged me.
completely at odds with their business practices, revealing that their values aren't nearly as virtuous as they'd like us to believe. Now, what's really frustrating for me is how this issue has basically been completely ignored by legacy media. The report from People Make Games is one of the most shocking exposés in the last year, and yet it hasn't had any widespread attention whatsoever. It's been buried, overlooked, or at best, given a few paragraphs in a scattered news cycle around what Ubisoft's response is. Well, what's your response to it? And why is this? Well, the simple truth is the fact that they just don't really like addressing these kind of stories head on.